Hey, what's up, Siski? I found out about your remnant explosion that got me here. Hell yeah, man. Welcome. That build was a fun one. The build was a very good time. Hell yeah, dude. It was a really fun build. Good luck. Oof. Thought about saving some of our sacred water when I bought the C1 further ahead, but did not. Hey, what's up, Karasu? What is this, 5 mirror builds? No, it's less than a mirror. It's pushing close to a mirror, but it's not even one full mirror. I think the jewels were like 2,500 divine and the gear... Well, okay, actually, what I have equipped is not even close to a mirror. I've spent like 3,000 divine myself, and a buddy has spent about 2,500 divine on jewels. So, like, in the entire process of, like, testing and tech and wasting gear, I've probably spent over a mirror combined, but, like, there's been, like, 8 pieces, like, 8 sets of gear that I've cycled through that were, like, bad and didn't work for and shit. That was, like, wasted divines. So what the character has equipped is probably closer to, like, I want to say, like, 90% of a mirror. I need to go check what the mirror cost is right now. I don't know if it's gone up or down. But if you count the entire journey of the build, more than a mirror of divines has probably been spent. But what's being equipped right now is probably less than 1 mirror. But it's definitely not 5 mirrors. And if you look at, like, the live streams of the builds when I was doing it on day 1 and day 2, that was, like, absurdly budget, and it was still, like, kind of fun and, like, big AOE. It was just expensive to get the AOE here. But at one point I was playing the build with, like, less than 100 divines spent. And, you know, I leveled as this build, too, so, like, in the campaign I was playing with, like, 3 divines spent, right? Oof, all 3 of these suck. I guess we have to do 50% increase maximum life. Yeah, I edited a montage for this build guide that, is using some of this music. It is very anime. It's really good in campaign. Yeah, I had a blast leveling. Like, the hardcore private league is this Friday, and I'm thinking of league starting this build in it. And, like, you guys know how, like, supporting fire has become, like, you know, a build I regularly frequent? This is, like, that tier of build for me. Like, like, I'm gonna be probably playing it this Friday in the private league, and, I see me, like, playing it a lot. Yeah, I know Djinn's already a really good league starter, but I think most people play Sand or Frost Djinn. I don't see very many people playing Fire Djinn. But it depends on what happens with jewels long term. A lot of what makes this, like, really fun right now is the fact that I have good jewels. And I know jewel crafting is going to get nerfed, but it just depends on how it gets nerfed. My hope is, let me show you one of my perfect jewels. So you have this jewel right here. Look at this jewel right here. You can deterministically get 5 modifiers that are on this jewel. That's what I think is getting nerfed. Like, everyone's like, jewel crafting is going to get completely obliterated. I don't think jewel crafting is overpowered. It's just super easy to get 5 mods. I think they need to they nerf the 5 mod part. I think it should be easy to get 4 guaranteed mods on jewels, but it's the 5th one that's just fucking stupid, so if they just nerfed it by, like, 1 modifier in terms of guaranteedness, this was still very viable. But if they just completely gut the deterministic crafting of jeweling altogether, or just, like, completely nuke diamonds, then you aren't going to see this AOE very often. I'm just, like, as long as, it just depends on how they nerf the jewels. I don't think it's a problem, to be honest. Like, shouldn't this be what a mirror build looks like like 2 months into a league? Like, is this honestly like, obviously the 5th mod is a problem. I'm not defending the 5th mod, but if jewels enable a build to do this 2 months into a league with a mirror budget, like, that's how the game should be, right? So, like, I just, obviously I'm biased. I'm the one using the fucking jewels, but I don't think it's as broken as people are making it out to be. It is very broken. It is, like, sorry. The 5th modifier is very broken, but it doesn't need to be completely gutted, you know? Sure. Hey, what's up, Rusty? But yeah, this is my first Djinn build ever, so... Oops. Hold on, I just accidentally closed out of, Chrome. Somehow got Alt-Tab there. Give me a second, you guys. Yeah, it's my first Varashta build ever. Like, not even Djinn build. It's my first Varashta build ever, so... I've only ever seen people play, and I'm not saying people haven't played all the other Djinns. Obviously they have, but I've only ever seen, on the podcast, we've showcased Frost Djinns and Sand Djinns. And I think we saw one Fire Djinn that was doing, like, the Ember Fusillade Djinn skill. But, like, it seems like Fire is, like, the least popular of the 3. I don't even know what the 3rd Fire skill is. I haven't used it yet. This was the only skill that looked really fun to scale with AOE, though. The other ones were, like, whatever. Like, some of them were okay, but this one was the only one that was like, oh, this is awesome when you scale it with AOE. They should remove the 5th mod or the affix scaling percent. I think they should remove the 5th mod. The affix scaling percent is cool, in my opinion. But it's the 5th mod that's an issue. Well, so, and to your point, Crazy Odd, that's more, like, I agree with you that what he says is the issue is jewels are stronger than spending point elsewhere in most cases. A perfect crafted jewel, yes. There is no passive on the tree that is worth more than this. But a passive on the tree doesn't cost 300 divines and crafting materials to make. But, to your point, yes, the passive tree sucks, and they should buff the passive tree, not nerf jewels. In my opinion. I agree with you, and I see people make that point a lot of the time. It sucks that jewels are better than the passive tree. I agree. The passive tree sucks. Make the passive tree better. Don't nerf jewels. I mean, obviously nerf jewels. Get rid of the 5th mod. Nerf jewels that way. But passive tree needs to be buffed more than jewels need to be nerfed, in my opinion. And in order to do this setup, by the way, I'm using a fucking Tabula's. Giving up a body armor slot is huge, right? So... while jewels are making this build insane, I am, you know, using a Tabula's to do it.
An oasis in the desert.
But yeah, I think it's just the 5th mod. The final live stream, that build, or what? Yeah, just this build. I'm, finished with the, like, this is my last, this is probably my last build of the main league. We have the hardcore private league Friday. So I'm done with the build today. I'm probably posting the build guide tonight or tomorrow. And then I'm probably not streaming again until the hardcore private league Friday. But no, not my final stream ever. But yeah, I don't know what I'm playing in the hardcore private league yet. Like, it might be this build. I want to try and, like, see if I can, like, make this, like, one of my normal go-to builds. Because I just love the Fire Tornado, and I'm probably going to have Folk teach me how to craft these jewels, so, like, I can do it for myself going forward, at least, like, a 3 to 4 mod version. So I'm at least, like, getting minion damage, minion area, and, like, energy shield or something. Don't necessarily have to do crit scaling. Crit scaling's just a one-shot Uber Arbiter, you know? But it's so my choices that I'm thinking between are I'm not gonna do any practice, by the way. I'm not gonna do any practice. I'm just gonna go in blindish. But I'm thinking either supporting fire tactician. Supporting fire is just like one of my comfy go-to builds. It's actually the build that I normally play hardcore and solo self-found in. It's the only build that I've like pushed to like level 90 plus in hardcore. I don't play much hardcore, but that's the one that I've like done deep runs with. So it's like, do I want to do like a top 100 leaderboard push? Like see if I can get like top 100 level 90s? You know, then maybe I play supporting fire tactician. Part of me wants to play Thorns in hardcore, but I don't want to do it as my first character. Just League start Thorns is miserable. You don't have the support gems. You don't have the helmet. It's just fucking garbage. Like, I really... And, like, I just be playing, like, a warrior... Like, a generic warrior build until 30. And it's so trade-dependent that, like... Since it's a private league, I don't know how many people are going to be willing to list Thorns gear, and... You know, early in the league, like, there might be no one listing Thorns gear. So... Thorns, if I do it, it'll be, like, after I die on the first character. But I don't want to do something sweaty, like a top 100 leaderboard push. Which I kind of want to. I want to see how well I can do if I'm, like, locked in. But I also kind of just want to be like, why don't we just have fun with it, and we just take it as, like, a nice... slow journey, and I see what I can do with this, you know, character, and I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing yet for the private league. What about you guys? Are any of you playing in the hardcore private league?
An oasis in the desert, where the scorpions sting. This was the end of the time in my time, but I sense another being resides here. Perhaps you can challenge them, if you can find them. Rest a while.
When you're done, please show your jewels. Type exclamation point ninja, and you can see all my jewels on the PoE Ninja. Yep, no problem, bro. Think you need more fire? I wish, dude. The only way we got more fire is if we did an Adorn setup. If I was able to afford an Adorn... we would have even more AoE. Also, voices. We don't have +4 voices. If we had +4 voices and an Adorn... Adorn doesn't affect tabulas or voices, but it would still affect a lot of the body of the jewels. Why do you just like private leagues? They're fun little community events. You have little funny bounties. Everyone gets like... We have like general chats. It's like very community driven. They're very fun. Seems too sweaty. That's because you watch the wrong streamer. Like, and that's what pisses me off. Like, I love Rabbit and stuff, but like, I hate the idea of like, I have to practice for the private league. I have to get all like the private league, in my opinion, should not be sweaty, and that's not my like want-to-be approach to it. But I do agree, man, that like they do seem too sweaty, but a lot of people don't take them sweaty. It's just like a lot of these streamers are like, take it as league start practice, and they're like, they use it like as a gauge because you actually have a leaderboard with it that's like, I placed, you know, 14th and I was 13 hours behind Engormis or something. Like, that's why like the streamers get into it, but like I really don't like that. Like, my favorite part about it is the community aspect of it, all the bounties that people do. My favorite thing about the hardcore private leagues is for the first 3 to 4 days, every day for when we're all streaming it, whether it's Anthony, whether it's Timmy, whether it's whoever's in it, Miso, me, Rabbit, when we start our streams in the morning, every day is loading up death clips of all the other streamers. And anytime anyone dies in the private league, like, you get like clips being linked in the chat, like not just of streamers, like of big streamers, but of small streamers. It helps small streamers grow because they're a part of like a, even though they're small, their voice is magnified in like this tight-knit community. So like, even if they're like a 5-viewer Andy, their death clips get posted and shared. Like, it's, from my perspective, at least from the few private leagues I've done 3 of Timmy's, and I've done the second win private league. Yeah, some dweebs take it too seriously, but that's my approach to it and thinking about it. Like, to me, it's just like a fun community event. I mean, this community is always going to have those people that, like, let their competitive sweatness bring down the vibes for other people, but you just gotta, like, tune those people out. Block them in your feeds. You'll stop seeing them. You'll stop hearing them. But, yes. It does seem very sweaty, but I wish that wasn't always the vibe. I wish I'm gonna talk about this on the podcast we're probably having Timmy on next week. I'm either gonna bring it up on the podcast this week or next week, but, I really don't like that the private league is just like, whenever you have like your big streamers and your favorite streamers who are like, I have to practice for it, and like getting tilted when they die and stuff, that does nothing to encourage new people to get into hardcore or to play the private league. That just makes it like, oh wow, this is sweaty. Oh wow, this is frustrated. I don't want to get angry when I die. I really want it to be a vibe that's like, shit, I died. Aw, shucks. Well, we're going again. Like, I don't know why it always has to be just, like, as competitive as it can, because if we just made it a little bit sillier, a little bit more lighthearted, that would encourage way more people to get into it. Because I agree with you, what you initially said was, it just seems too sweaty. I agree. It shouldn't be that way. It should be a fun community event where it's just, you're just having fun. And it's just like, it's a community-driven hardcore event where everyone's excited that new people are joining and dying. And we're not making fun of people when they die. We're, you know, laughing with them and saying, go again. That's how it should be, in my opinion. That's what I'm going to talk about on the podcast about it, because I do not like that it does, like, this is a Timmy's private league should not be, I mean, I wonder what Timmy's thoughts are on it, personally, but I don't think the Timmy private league should be, you know, treated as this hardcore sweater thing. It should be treated as an introduction to hardcore for people who normally play standard. And a fresh economy for those that want it, of course. But, of course, this is Timmy's league. I'm not trying to tell Timmy how he should, like, run the vibe of it and shit. Decided what you're starting yet? It might be this build. You let Burnout Faster the one that practice run? Yeah. And yeah, I am joining the THE league. Still not sure what I'm playing, but I'm excited to play it. I love fresh economies. Like, I will always be down for a private league. As long as it's got people in it, because I love fresh economies. thinking going supporting fire in hardcore league. So that's where it's like, do I want a good league starter that I can just full clear the entire Atlas and get a bunch of gear set up on the stash? Then I play supporting fire tactician. It's what I'm debating right now. It's between two builds. It's between this build and supporting fire tactician. And I'm not sure which I'm going to play. Alright, we got Against the Darkness Zarok here.
This battle is our sacred duty.
You will suffer the same fate as the great Varashta.
This Djinn forces
There can be no mercy. Your fate binds. Who are you?
That was Against the Darkness Zarok with 50% increased max life, by the way. He got fucking obliterated. Alright, come on. I have not hit a... This is probably my last Sanctum run of the patch. At least on Standard League. Please. I haven't hit a Spirit ATD this entire patch. Please. Fuck! What body armor you use? Never saw you before. It's called Tabula Rasa. It gives you 6 jewel slots. Hey, what's up, Addicted? How you doing, bro? Alright, I got the... so right now I'm just getting footage for the build guide I'm posting. I just need a few more clips. I got most of the clips. I needed a Sanctum run, and I needed a Trial Master kill. And then I have all the clips. I'll turn my webcam on after I have the last of my clips, and then we're just going to do... I have a bunch of boss kills we're going to do. I've got a bunch of boss kills we're going to do today. I've got, like, a bunch of... Like, we're going to do a bunch of fun stuff today. Like, you know, this is my last day of the league. I ended up, like, grinding till 3 a.m. last night doing map prep for today's stream, and I made a good amount of Divine doing that, and I was able to spend all that Divine on boss prepping, so, or, like, and just, like, I got a bunch of 200% deli set up, and then I've got a bunch of bosses we're gonna do today, so it's gonna be a longer stream. We're gonna be killing a lot of stuff for fun, but right now, webcam is off because I needed to get Sanctum clips, and I needed to get Ultimatum clips, so let me get my last Fate. And then let's go do a Trial Master run. Just PoE 1 farming with Luminary. Is it any fun? By the way, this is hilarious to me, by the way. In case you didn't know, they added a jewel crafting mod this patch. I think it's with one of the Delirium ones. You can get very large radius now on Time Lost. And with the Disciple of Varashta Baryonic Ley Lines, I mean, look at the fucking size of these Time Lost. It is the most overpowered shit in this game right now. Very large Time Lost. Maxing is just fucking crazy. Look how much is going on here. It's fucking awesome. This is my first Varashta, and it's like, I'm blown away. Yeah, it was hard. Early game got Sutter up now, so it's better. Nice. Are you having fun with the league?
Two wins is barely a reputable streak. Frailty races through your bones.
No mana.
Underwater's fun. That's what everyone's saying. Everyone's saying underwater is super fun. And that's all they say. But I heard the underwater part is really, really fun. That's cool. I'm liking the fire tornadoes. This is like, I always have recency bias. Like, it's starting to become a meme where I just say my most recent build is my favorite build I've ever played. I don't feel like I've said that too many times this patch, but this is up there. Like, this build's fucking fun. I'm having an absolute blast playing it. I'm sure I saw this when you guys showed this build. I only just started this build like 5 days ago, 6 days ago. Like, I've been playing this less than a week. And we don't usually show our own builds on the pod, so. Did you let the stove open? No. I left like 80 furnaces open. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah, no Chopper Chabber in this build. No, it would be really... I mean, there might be a mathematical world where you can work Chopper Chabber in, but not in... Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. Jewel maxing more fun anyway. This is the Sork Djinn Ascendancy? Yeah. And what's doing the fire is the Djinn. Ruzan. I'm having trouble seeing the escort, but I think we're underneath it. It's someplace in that middle of the inferno, right? It's someplace over here? What the fuck is happening? This build's so fun. I'm gonna miss it. This is like one of, like, I talk about on the podcast that usually when a build is done, I don't want to play it anymore, but this is like one of the few times where a build's been finished and I just want to keep playing it. I can't tell if I lost the, oh, I did lose a statue. Oh no. Went a little bit too fast there. Yeah, it's a minion. Yep. That's what blows my mind, is people keep telling me to reduce the visual clarity, like to fix the visual clarity, but it's like, why would I make the build worse? What are you talking about? The harder it is to see, the better the build.
This is just the beginning. Coagulated masses before you.
No mana.
Don't stare for too long.
Rest now, Stormcaller.
You gonna do a budget and an endgame guide? I don't even know. I don't think I'm gonna do a mobilytics for this build, to be honest.
But the trial yet continues. Feel their infected tracks.
It's just gonna be a video guide, and I'm gonna talk about it.
Slay everything.
How do I have so much ES with Tabula? I mean, Energy Shield's fucking overpowered. What do you mean? This is Energy Shield, dude. It's stupid as hell. Hey, Cal, done with the build? Yeah. I want to keep playing it, but I need to take a break before the Hardcore League, and yeah. I'm having so much fun with this build, though. It's like one of my favorite builds I've ever played. I guess all the jewels have ES mods. A few of them do, but not all of them. Did you sing the scepter? I did. I did. It did. It actually got worse. But where it changed, it went. The allies in your presence went from 195, and then the surpassing chance to gain Puppet Master stacks went from like 33 to 29. Like the difference is unnoticeable. But what changed got worse. I did end up getting a new Ami. I got a better Ami. That's the only thing I've replaced, though, since the jewels were finished. I bought a better Ami, and then I sank the scepter. But yeah, I decided that I'm, like, giving everything to Folk, just as his payment. I'm quitting the league. I'm gonna go play hardcore private league, and if I come back, I can just make more divines again, whatever. I'm just giving it all to Folk so he can sell the jewels. He still has, like, a lot of crafting projects he wants to do. So, like, as my thanks, I'm just going to give him the jewels. And he can sell them, and then he can use the divines he makes from it to just do more crafting projects. If I kept the jewels or any of this gear, it would probably just be sitting here for a month. I would play the character a couple times, and then I would sell the stuff and then probably not make a build. Versus, you know. He should be able to definitely recoup his losses and then have enough to craft stuff. Djinn has fire, ice, and what other? It's sand. Oh, physical damage, I guess, sorry, but the theme is sand. Yeah, I've seen the ice explosions one. I've seen people do ice and sand a lot. I've seen one, like, again, I'm not saying anyone hasn't done these builds. I always have to preface that because there's always someone that's mad. I've done this! I've done this! I know people have used these fire skills before, but I haven't, like, never seen a showcase or anyone do anything but ice and sand, and then one of the fire skills, but same as you. Like, I see the one with the ice everywhere. The ice one's really good. Dreadful made a variation of it last patch that got featured by GGD. That was the Ice Djinn. And then Aste did an insane version of an Ice Djinn that was super awesome. Last patch. Aste's Ice Djinn was crazy. I've seen the fire projectile one too. That's the only other one I've seen. Last one, I think Miso. The only reason I saw it is because Miso showcased the fire projectile Djinn on the podcast. I didn't expose him. Rip. Missed my exposure. And then I saw Timmy recently playing with the fire, this tornado skill on hardcore, but he wasn't obviously AOE maxing it.
Kill them all.
Why do I suddenly have extra spirit? What happened? Why do I have 25 extra spirit? Same. I think Ascendancy skills are really fun last one. I really hope they don't add those Ascendancy skill jewels from PoE 1 that let those skills be usable on other classes. I don't know what I changed about my spirit. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Ascendancy skills. Like, I mean, if you look at all the builds on my channel, a lot of them have been Ascendancy skills. I've done Demon Flame Infernalist builds, I've done Supporting Fire Tactician, I've done Concoction Pathfinders, I mean, Witch Hunter has, like, everything on Witch Hunter's tree is a skill. Like, I love that hyper-specific stuff. Like, that's what I want Ascendancies to have, in my opinion. I love that shit. Yeah, the Mirage Archer Deadeye combo is pretty awesome. I've never done it, but it is very slick. Chronomancer. Every time I play Chronomancer, it's almost exclusively for time stop.
Out of mana.
I don't think every Ascendancy needs to have, like, a hyper-specific skill to it, but these are very fun and cool. Especially when, like, I don't know, you guys know me, I like my weird off-meta shit. Especially when they're, like, underutilized and, like, generally people think are bad. I love playing with those ones. Because they're always fun to scale. Alright, one more boss and then Trial Master. Let me up. Yeah, I messed with Voltaic Barrier on 1 or 2 of my builds.
Now this is starting to get fun.
It's alright. But I've seen too many people mess with it. I think I saw, who was it? Shepard did a pure Voltaic Barrier build. I fucked up that kill there. Alright, trial master time, boys.
A fine reward.
We won't be able to do any ramp on him, so... this probably won't be the hypest kill where he just get instantly one-shot. I don't think I've done Trial Master on this character, so I'm probably going to have to do that silly RP. Maybe we can do some ramp on him. Oh, we can. Cool.
Need mana.
Well done, challenger. But there is one more trial you must complete. Defeat me and prove your worth to chaos.
No, he cleared the area, you cheater! Am I dead? I almost threw that. I wasn't ready here. I wasn't ready for the prep protection. I wasn't ready for the prep protection. Give me that diamond. Give me that diamond. That's not a tribal mask that I want. That's not a tribal mask that I want. That was also a shit Trial Master clip. I might have to do another ultimatum later.
Best not do that here.
Alright, I can put UI back on. Oh, it is on. Shit. Lucky, I mean Varashta. I got a decent amount of armor with the fucking Ascendancy thing. Thanks, guy, logging into PoE2 to try Djinn. Hell yeah, man. I might have a Mobalytics for, like, a budget version, but the budget version wasn't, like... I mean, it was okay. We'll see if I do a Mobalytics. I really don't feel like doing a Mobalytics, though. There's so much fucking work, man. There's so much work. And, like, 10 people use them. And it's not that there's so much work, it's that I do too many of them. I just burn myself on doing Mobalytics. Because I do too many of them for, like, bad builds. So, like, I need to, like, make sure I only do them for, like... the builds like this, I guess, but... Alright, I need to AFK 2 minutes, and then we're going to do a bunch of boss kills. And then look at the map prep I did last night. I've got these 3 cities all overlapped with Delirium. And then I've got these 3 cities, all overlapped with Delirium. So we got a fuckload of 200% Deli we're doing today. Probably mostly Breach and Abyss maps. Maybe we do one Ride of the Nameless. But yeah, this is what I was doing last night, was I just pathed through a couple cities, got them Delified. And then the reason why I can afford all of these boss kills is I found a Sacred Reservoir, and on the second one of them, I got a Garukans. So I converted that into all these boss tap fragments you guys see in my stash. Like, this stash had a bunch, but then, you know, over here we've got 10 Uber Arbiter kills, 9 more sacks. So, we're going to do a lot of boss kills, but I'm going to be right back real quick. Alright. I am back, and then from now, we are done capturing footage, so I can put the webcam on. Alright, let's do some boss kills. What's up, Brian? Or do I want to do some 200% deli first? Let's do some boss kills first. Why is this build so much fun? You'll see. Temporarily, and then you'll be blinded. I'm gonna do an ice one. Nice. Ice is super good. Excuse me. Holy crap, I've gone so long without proccing Archon. That was probably the longest Archon-less streak I've had. Is it worth getting a Tabula? I mean, only if you're doing what I'm doing. We're gonna wait for this to reset so we can do a new ramp. Kind of worried I left that too fast. Okay. Ugh, I hate when you have to relog. Alright.
You have done well, servant. With this, the master shall know unending power.
Rip you.
Ordain the first edict. And now, you. Redemption. Serenity. Behold, of virtue and compassion. The enemy returns. This world must be purged.
What's up, Laszlo? How you doing, man?
The soul, our civilization died for nothing.
How much is the spear going for right now? 4 to 5 divine? Eh. 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 Alright, Arbiter of Ass. He's no longer the Arbiter of Ash. I am the Arbiter of Ash now. He's a chump.
The crowd moves. Do not hesitate. Do what you must.
Mortal lands have contaminated your virtue once more. By the fourth edict of the monster, her flesh shall be scorched on me.
Need mana.
I procced Archon a little too early, I think.
Late. The fourth edict already.
Maybe not.
Insignificance. This is the legacy of humanity.
Did we win? Ooh, a dim end! We got a dim end! Alright, let's identify it. What do we get? Come on, baby! +3 arc! Give me that +3 arc, baby! Does anyone even play Shock Burst rounds anymore? I know it was a thing briefly, but I'm pretty sure no one plays Shock Burst rounds anymore. It was +1 Shock Burst rounds. It was awful. It was. I'm guessing it would have been like an Exalted Orb. Let me in to fight you, Kulabak. Let me on. Imagine though if we got that +3 arc. Would have been so nice. I could use 2k divines. Oh, he's over here. I couldn't see where he was. Also getting a little bit of desync. I'm not dropping frames, so it's definitely GGG servers. Which farm are you doing the most right now? Like, if I was actually just trying to make as much diz per hour, like, whenever I was doing that, it was always ritual. It was just my... I liked it. It's not the best, probably, but it's pretty competitive. But I fucking hate Expedition. Expedition could be 1,000 divines per hour, and you wouldn't catch me doing it. You will not catch me. Like, my video... Unless somebody has a juiced, like, Expedition logbook they can give me, and I mean, like... They've already, like, mapped out the remnants for me, and I just gotta go in and, like, clear it. My video's not gonna have any Expedition footage, because fuck Expedition. I don't want anything to do with it. As stupid as that sounds, just, like... I hate Expedition so much. I don't like doing it. I don't like setting it up. I don't care that that's the hardest content. I want to do the hardest content, but... I'm good. I have, like, negative fun. How juicy? I mean, I would want it, like, juice for the video, you know? It wouldn't be worth doing if it wasn't juice as all hell. Because people, like, if people want to see Expedition in the video montage, it's because it would be a juice Expedition. So it would have to be, like, an Outer Saga, and then... And it'd have to be, like, you know... mapped out in a way that the person who, like, I mean, it has to be done by someone who's an Expedition master that knows that by the final remnant, it's going to be fucking nuts. And then, but I think I've edited most of the montage. It's like 90% done. I think it looks awesome. So even without Expedition, you know, I don't need it. Well, it's not about having 5+ remnants. It's about the chains. Like, you need, like, 12 chains of them ending on, like, a 9 or a 10 remnant. 5+, no. 5+, like, I get, like, that's nothing. A Juice Expedition is, like, way bigger than that. Hey, what up, Folk? Man, I had horrible Archon Proxus fight. Alright. That was a round of bosses. Alright, I got a bunch of stuff to do today. There's all of these. I don't know if we're going to do all of the bossing, but... it'll be bossing. I have stuff left over for future characters, at least. I want to do some maps for now. Sure, Folk. I would appreciate that. If you want to get one going for me, I would love that. Yes, I would accept. Happily. Alright, we're going to do some 200% Expedition, or 200% Breach, with some effectiveness maps. We got a bunch of effectiveness maps, so these are like thick boy breaches with their spawning extra rares and stuff. Um... Damn it. I fucking... Oh, I can't wait for the Atlas reset. Oh my god, I can't wait for the fresh Atlas. I cannot wait for the fresh Atlas. I cannot wait for the fresh Atlas. Alright, yeah, look how much I have so much 200 Delhi sim cities to do. We've got 6 cities all covered with 200% Delhi. We're not 200% yet. But... we got good maps to do. But yeah, I have all of the footage I need, so I'm not even really doing this to capture footage. I'm just doing this to have fun. I'm probably, when I'm done with this stream, folk, I'm probably giving you all the jewels and calling it a day. So, this is just me doing what I want to do to have fun. The only footage I need now is just, it would be, you know, any XBed footage, I guess. But even then, the montage looks good already, so I'm happy with it. I'll probably be posting it later tonight. The only reason it gets delayed to tomorrow is if I decide to do a Mobalytics, and it takes me forever to do the Mobalytics. Am I dead? We're just not proccing Archon. Sometimes you just get, like, horrible Archon proc rate streaks. Ooh! What is that? Was that 9? I'm not good at counting. It looked like a lot. How many remnants is that? That 9? What did we just get? Oh, don't die right now. That's a null? No! Not the triple annul! Not the triple annul! Not the triple annul! It's the worst one to get. It's the worst one to get. Well, I guess triple transmutation orbs is the worst one to get, but triple annul is always a letdown. All right, what are you? Fucking triple annulment orb. Here, I'm gonna turn off my webcam for this. I'm gonna do a breach on top of this. And if we die, we die. I'm just wanting to see if I can get a cool clip for the VOD. Though, I don't know if in the footage you can tell this is an expedition on the top of a breach. Maybe you can kind of tell. We stabilized the breach. Oh, what we did? That was crazy. Wow, that was cool. Finally, some streamer that's not using Spark, I would never. Gross. Only way I'm using Spark is if it's on a Witch Hunter with a bow. And even then, never again. I'd rather put my webcam back on. Yeah, it was a cool clip. That one's probably making, like, part of it's probably making in the montage. It doesn't have long space for, like, a lot of, like, every clip's usually, like, 5 to 10 seconds, so... That one probably gets, like, 15 to 20 seconds of it in, though. That was a cool clip. Breach over an expedition. It's hard to tell what's going on, though, but there's some times where it's like, oh, wow, that's a breach on top of an expedition. Oh, we can do a Simu too. I forgot. I do need to get a. I need to get one more Simu clip, so I will turn my webcam off again for a Simu. Which Simu did this unlock? I'm so bad at seeing the Simu. Oh, it's right here. Oh, nah, fuck that then, folk. The clip I just got is good enough for me. Like, fuck that. I don't want you to have to babe. That's annoying, yeah. Like, I mean, unless you want to, like, clear it until the last one, and then I hop in for the last one, but... Babysit, yeah, I just got a pretty solid expedition clip. That was an that was a 9 rune over a fucking breach and a 200 and a 80% delirium with 70% effectiveness nap. Like, that clip right there was a good enough showcase. So, I wouldn't stress it. I've got plenty of clips for the build. It already looks hype as fuck. Yeah, I mean, Try's always said that. I've always fully disagreed with that take. I don't think he's cooked on that take, and I've always told him he's cooked on that take. This game is not heading in the direction of PoE 1. He doesn't even play he doesn't play PoE 1 in a way that people play PoE 1, and he doesn't play PoE 2 in a way that people play PoE 1. He sees like a handful of clips of builds like this, and he's like, oh, PoE 2 is heading in the direction of PoE 1. It's like, no, these builds have existed since 0.1. But they're like, even these builds aren't like PoE 1 builds. Like, I've always fully disagreed with Try's takes on it. I think he wanted a very different experience from PoE 2 and what it was going to become. But is it becoming PoE 1? No, I've always thought that was absolutely ridiculous. I do not like PoE 1. I do not enjoy playing PoE 1. I play this game like fucking crazy. Like, they don't feel the same, they don't play the same. There's no world where they ever merge. And he does, like, and what blows my mind about it is he doesn't play the game in a way that, like, he just looks at other people and he lets how they're playing the game influence how he's feeling. Like, that's how I feel about it. I want to talk to him about it again, because I love going on Try's podcast, but, and I love him coming on our podcast, but I've always, like, we've had this debate on his podcast multiple times, and on my podcast multiple times. If you're looking at what I'm playing right now and going, the game's becoming PoE 1, this is 2 months into the league with busted jewel crafting and a mirror budget. Like, this is not the experience of the average player, and this is not the experience of Try. Like, if you want a PoE 2 experience that, like, you had on launch, go play Thorns. Like, you're gonna play through the game slow as fuck and have to actually block bosses and shit. Like, if you end up playing the same monk build every single league, at some point, you're gonna be so good at that build that you've trivialized the game for yourself. Like, I've had this discussion with Try too before. It's like, he thinks the game's getting easier. No, well, in some ways, yes, it has gotten easier for sure, because it was, like, overly tuned and bad before. But what's mostly happened is he's gotten better at the game. The game gets easier as you get better at it. So, like, yes, you're not going to have that same experience the first time you went through, because even ignoring what you've learned, look at all the techs and that the community has learned. That is just like advanced build making that noobs and like non-build crafters are utilizing. Like, I'm sure there's techs in all of Try's builds now that he wasn't using in 0.1 because they were discovered by the community and stuff. Like, so I'm sure like he's partially right. It is definitely getting easier in some ways, and maybe it is just a situation where like the game's not for Try anymore. Maybe it's, but like, is the game becoming PoE 1? Cook take. Because the game, by the way, is called Path of Exile 2. It is a reflection, a sequel of the first. So they were always running parallel together. If you never thought they would run parallel together, I don't know what you were thinking from Path of Exile 2. This game's not called Exile Warriors or Ray Class Legends. It's called Path of Exile 2. So no matter what, it was going to have a lot of similarities with the original game. Like, is anyone upset that StarCraft 2 plays like StarCraft 1 in a lot of ways? Of course not, right? Of course not. So like, is the game, like, am I shocked it's becoming more of an ARPG and in some aspects becoming more adjacent to PoE 1? No, because, you know, that's what I expected and wanted. Again, maybe it's just that, Try had very different expectations for what... I need to go watch this video, firstly, but... I've also just had this debate with Try a few times, on his podcast and my podcast, so... But I just, yeah, I don't think this game's becoming PoE 1. Path of Prequel? Oh, yeah. Hi, why last stream? It's I guess that was a bad title. I keep getting people saying, why last stream? Why last stream? It's just the last stream of this build. And my last stream before the Hardcore Private League. Get him on the pod? Oh, we will again soon for sure. We get Try on like every league. I mean, it could just be like, maybe he's burnt out. Being burnt out, like, that's like, if you're burnt out, that's like almost your own fault. Like, you need to recognize when your fun is done with the league, and then you stop playing. Like, there is no world where Path of Exile 2, or any game for that matter, should be designed to where it is the only game you can play all year round, 365 days. There is a point where you should be burnt out playing Path of Exile 2. And you're supposed to recognize that you're starting to get burnt out by like, oh, I'm not having as much fun, and then you take a break. So, if you're burnt out, like, it means one of two things. It means you're playing the game in a way that is not fun and engaging for yourself, so you need to adjust how you approach the game, or the game's not for you. Maybe the game's just not for you. Like that used to be me with MOBAs and stuff. Like, there are some games I used to get so mad when I was playing because I was like grinding them 14 hours a day, and it took me a long fucking time to realize, like, oh, I'm just not having fun. Why am I doing this to myself? I should just stop. And, you know, ever since then, I've just kind of like stopped doing things in video games when they stop being fun for me. I mean, I've also said that to him like 1,000 times. Like, Try plays the same monk build every fucking league, and like, the game's going to be easy for you when you're playing the same OP monk build every league. Like, look how long I'm playing the league every league. It's because I play new shit all the time, you know? I do fun shit all the, like, you know. But I have to watch his video, you know. Well, I mean, just because, like, parry and dodge roll exist, that doesn't mean that's what the gameplay experience he's looking for. I genuinely, like, Try just wants, like, to recapture the experience he had in 0.1, and that's not possible. That's really just what he wants. He wants the game to be a Wild West where there was literally no knowledge learned, and every single act that he went through was a grueling task, and there's no build that's going to give him that experience again. There's no build that's going to give him that experience again. No, I don't think Try gets caught up in shit like that. He doesn't really care about what other content creators do. Not anymore, at least. It genuinely just might be a situation where the game is just not what Try wanted it to be. Which is fine. Like, that's going to happen to lots of people. But what I disagree with is becoming PoE 1, which... That's just like, again, I've told them before, it's a silly take. And you pick the build for the hardcore league yet? It might be this build. Might be supporting Fire Tactician. Maybe I do something random and new because I'm stupid last second. Who knows? I like your streams, please keep streaming. Yeah, I'm having fun streaming. I mean, the main reason why I didn't stream consistently before was because my PC crashed all the time when I was streaming this game. Like, I could stream it for like an hour or two, and, what? Oh, shit. That was close. I could stream it for like an hour or two, and, my computer would just shut off. And especially on builds like this, I couldn't even do a single map without my PC shutting off. There might be a few day break before the hardcore private league, but I will only be playing my hardcore characters on stream, so I'll be streaming them. You want to know, is anyone out there playing Oil Barrage and Martial Arts? I mean, you can just go check PoE Ninja. Just search Martial Artist and then search Oil Barrage. But of streamers, no. I almost never know what people are playing at any time, though. I don't really watch streams outside of, like, usually just Miso or Rabbit. And Rabbit's playing some Frostbolt Gemling crap, and then... Well, not crap, it's really cool. And then Miso's playing Poop 1. Isn't there going to be an economy late reset for this league? Yeah. We don't know when yet, though. But at some point we're getting... It's like supposed to be patch 055 or something, I guess. At some point we're getting patch 055. Yeah, it sucks we did this build after DM stopped doing his showcase stuff for PoE 2. This would have been a really fun one to showcase on the on DM's show. But alas, he is playing Poe 1. Yeah, every Sunday, I think it's Sundays. Every Sunday, DM when he was playing the Poe 1 League. Or Poe, ooh. Is that Force? Nice. When he was playing the Poe 2 League, he was doing, viewer, like, build showcases, and a bunch of viewers get to, like, go into juiced maps and showcase their abominations or their cool builds. And, yeah, a lot of cool builds get showed on that. I have no idea how much hive blood I have right now. I should go check soon. I hate that I have to go to that place to check how much hive blood I have. It's so fucking annoying. Why doesn't it say how much hive blood I have right here? Like, why doesn't it say I have where my hive blood is in my breach stash? Come on, GGG. Don't make me design your UI for you. It tells you when you get full, though, but I don't want it to tell me when I'm full, because then I'm wasting hive blood for that map I'm in, you know? I don't want to know when I'm full. I want to know when I'm almost full, you know? How do you make the high effectiveness maps? Which was it? It was rarity, monsters, and a quantity. These three make the juiced effectiveness maps. I'm pretty sure.
All right, your order is ready.
And if not, we'll find out. Okay. If you want to go full effectiveness, you go all three except the one that's effectiveness. Yeah, okay. Yep.
I'll post it right away.
That's what I thought. Thank you. That's probably too many maps. That's fine. Oh, map prep, map prep, map prep. I'm just doing effectiveness because it makes the mobs harder, so it's fun. More hive blood too, right? Okay. Okay, that's what I wanted. I think that's all of them? Yeah. That was 30. Okay, and then I'm gonna vow them all, and hopefully not too many of them brick. Well, I need to find the ones that... Where's the effectiveness one stop? Right here. Okay. Get rid of all those ones, vow all these. Alright, title mini bricked. You're good. You're bricked. You're good. We'll get rid of all the 14s first. They're obvious. You didn't brick, could probably sell you. You didn't brick, could probably sell you. You didn't brick, could probably sell you. We might actually just use the 16s, though. Why not? Brick. I mean, they're not brick. I can use them like as filler maps, but they're not high effectiveness maps. Ooh, that one's really good. So's that one. So's that one. So's that one. Nice. We got a good amount that hit. I need to go see how much hive blood I had, or I'm going to lose my mind. Funny, I played PoE 1 since 2013 on and off, but PoE 2 have been more consistent than PoE 1. I enjoy PoE 2 a lot more. I mean, that shouldn't be surprising. Like, one, you're starting to see more like Gazzy says he enjoys PoE 1 more than PoE 2 now. Like, that's becoming a more common thing, but like, why would the sequel be worse than the first one, right? Like, everyone should like hope that this company that we love and has like so much experience making this genre, the sequel would be just better across the board. So like, to me, like, it just only makes sense that over time more people are going to enjoy PoE 2 more than PoE 1. Not everybody. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but just logically, I think it makes sense. I have no idea how far it goes right. Let's see how far it goes left. Over here? Okay, so it's not too much farther to the right. How far does it go up? God damn it. You guys thought my build was bright. Look at the sun loot explosion. Yeah, whenever you have this much loot on the ground, pressing, like, reloading your filter ZZ, or even refreshing it in the filter menu doesn't fix it. Like, for me, I have to, like, go in and out of the portal to be able to get them to restack. Whenever they're that far off screen, it breaks the filter's, limits. You can just spam on the stun. Oh shit, can you? Oh shit. Look at this guy. Ariel. Legend, dude. Yeah, I got all of them. What a fucking legend. I have not farmed Breach at all. Like, in the last 3 days, I've done more Breach than I've done in the entire league. But that's a pro tip. That helps a lot. Thank you. Alright. That was a lot of catalysts. Pro tip. Oh, I do need to get a Hive Colony clip. That's right. I wanted to get a Hive Colony clip for the video. Not a colony, but maybe it is colony. Whatever the one where it's the 20 waves. I needed a 20 wave clip for the video. So I need to do one of those. Is it fortresses that are the 20 wave ones? Why they are easy? I mean, it's a cool clip. Some of y'all's brains are so fucking fried. Not everything has to be about how difficult something is. They look fun. You're just standing in a circle with the big tornadoes, man. It's a cool clip. And everything is easy with this build. What do you mean? They're all easy. They're all easy with this build. But it's like a 5-minute montage, so, you know, I need clips. Alright, I need to turn on my webcam. Hey, come on, isn't this a fucking cool clip? This looks awesome. It's just like a big open area that you can really maximize the flames, you know? You really get an idea of, like, how big the AOE can get. How much coverage it has. And it gives an example of how full idle it can be. Oh, I didn't mean to heal Aleph there. Let's get rid of all these buttons. I do hate these things, though. This will be the only one I fucking do. I hate getting out of them. If getting out of them wasn't so annoying, I wouldn't mind doing them. But I just, like... They're fun to do, They're easy, but they're fun to do, but leaving them is just fucking like... I don't want to do them because of leaving them. It's so annoying. Just like, let me walk out. Make it harder to get in than get out. Like, escaping should just be like, I walk through the middle. Just get the fuck out. Like, I should just be able to walk out that way. But instead, it's like some guessing game on figuring out which way is the exit, and then hoping it's a good path. Alright. Don't have to do that again. Alright, let's go kill Ul and Esh, though. I don't have a boss clip of them. I don't know if I'm going to put them in the video. I've already got a lot of footage. It's already like a 4-minute montage. But a lot of the Sanctum clips and the Trial Master clips I got actually wasn't very good, so... They could make it in. The clip of them dying in 2 seconds at the end of the fight. Maybe like a 2-second insert. Oh wait, I'll keep the webcam off because I'm getting a clip from this. I assume I'm winning the fight. How much is Esh's prowess going for? It's cheap, right? Yeah, it's 2 divine. Alright. Is there any more clips I wanted to get before I stop clip farming? I might want to get some Citadel bosses and another 200% in Delirium. So maybe I'll do another 200% Deli. Or it's not 200% Deli, a Simulacrum. So, okay, I'm gonna get Simulacrum clip, and then I've got a bunch of Citadel bosses near me. I want to ship those out for the video too, maybe. If any of them end up being good. And yeah, I don't know if I want to do a Mobalytics for this build. They're just so much work. And, like, this late in the league, not enough people are gonna, like, use it. And I don't know if I'd update it for future leagues, because it just depends on what happens to jewel crafting. So I think it's just gonna be a video guide with the PoE Ninja to use as a reference. And then if I do, like, I'm gonna be playing maybe the variation of this build in the hardcore private league. If that goes well, I might do like a leveling guide for the setup after the fact, but I don't know if I'm gonna do a full-on mobalytics for this build. It just, like I said, the first few days were on a budget, and it's not like I started with the time lost and any of the crafted diamonds. I think I got the first crafted diamond when I was like level 90 because I didn't know what we were doing until I learned how the skill was going to scale. So like the build got the end game just fine with a reasonable setup. I think Folk's total cost was a little under 2,000. His friend spent 750-ish. And I spent, across the entire build, I spent a little over 3,000. But what I'm wearing is like, of what I spent is maybe 1,300 divines, 1,000 divines. I wasted a lot of gear testing early on. And then I think I funded like 500 nibs worth of jewels. Of my own personal investment, I have to say this is probably the most expensive build I've done. I think I put like over 3k divines into it over the last week. But the Blade Zero build I did with him lastly, where he did the Adonia Ego Thorns, that was a 15 mirror build. This is, if you include what I'm wearing, this is less than a mirror. Across the entire journey, we spent barely over a mirror, but this isn't even a full mirror. What's the difference? I have no idea. One of them spawns a boss. I don't know what the other two do. Predator spawns boss, the other two do things, and I don't know why you should or shouldn't use any of them. I just do bosses usually because they're more fun, and if my build can't handle the bosses, I just click random shit that's not bosses. I have no idea how it works, though. From what I've been told, they all do the same thing. You can pick whatever you want. But fuck if I know. And none of them influence voices. Yeah, Predator spawns bosses, and that's what I click usually. Because bosses are fun. There's always some shitty hits up there. Nice. We've gotten a few divines from this Sinu. Alright, boys. Here's where we get the +4 voices. Alright, this is the time. I know you're all ready for it. +4 voices. Not proccing Archon. There we go. Where's this boss at? Oh, he's over here. It's crazy you can't see bosses when you can't see. Alright, here we go, boys. It's voices time. You're all here. Fuck. God damn it. I was told today was the day we got voices. But that was a lie. Alright, let's do this Stone Citadel. It's 200% Delhi Simulacrum boss. Oh, it's a tier 14 map. I'm blind. Alright. I think this is the last 3 clips I want would be each Citadel boss. Do what Miso did, farm for hours before the podcast, 10 minutes before we go live. Unfortunately, this build will be dismantled after this stream, so there will be no streaming before the podcast this week. But maybe that's the future farm strat. I gotta do an ATD run before the pod. Yeah, it's crazy Miso got that. On his last run before the podcast. Insane. That was kind of a cool clip. I might put that one in the video. Bone Tyrant. Oh, a lot of rares. I'm not sure what I'm going to farm in the hardcore private league. If I'm playing supporting fire tactician or this build, I feel like I have to go breach first, right? What else would I go? That would be more beneficial than breach. Gonna farm deaths, probably. That's what you sound like in real life, Ryan. That's not me doing an impression. Like, that's not me doing a fake voice to make funny. That's just, that's an impression. That's an accurate impression. Abyss? I don't know about Abyss. The problem with Abyss, like Abyss is good, but like, I mean, maybe I'll probably do some Abyss. I just don't know if I'll do it first. I need good gear for Abyss crafting first to be good. And if I'm playing supporting fire tactician or this build, both of those kind of suck at Omen of Light farming. You're toast, dude. I need to do Abyss on Lake Start takes no Abyss and can be rippy though. Yeah, like, so, like, to me, so my question, so, I assume, because it is both a private league and a hardcore private league, it's going to be mostly solo self-found. So, I don't think, like, I'm not thinking of it as an aspect of, like, I'm going to farm Omen of Lights and sell them to other people. I'm thinking of the perspective of what is going to be most beneficial for my build if I need it for me to craft my own shit or make my own gear. And Abyss is obviously very good at that. Not saying, like, Abyss crafting is obviously fucking OP, but I'll be going what... Like, it's probably going to be a lot of solo self-boundness to it, you know? I have no idea how big the league will be, but even in the second win private league that had like 40,000 people. By the end of week 2, it was like pseudo solo self-found. This one's not going to have like, you know, a tenth of that. So it's going to be a lot of solo self-found with like trading for some bases and, you know, a few uniques every once in a while. And obviously getting some crafting currency from trade, but and I'm expecting to die. I am not going in with, like, some ego that's like, I need to get... I'm going to try and do as well as I can, but if I die, it's going to be very much aw, shucks, we're going again, I guess. As opposed to a, fuck, you know? What time is the hardcore private league, by the way? Abyss crafting is probably the most simple and easy outside of essence crafting. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm going to be trying to do some entry-level crafting during this hardcore private league, for sure. I mean, if I get into advanced crafting during it, I will. I just assume... I mean, who knows? Maybe there is an economy for, you know, me being able to actually craft some okay stuff, but it won't be, you know, any real crafting. But if you need minion gear, Breach might be the play. I don't think, like, the belt and the rings are necessary for most of the journey. The things that you would want is the scepter, the focus, and the amulet, and, like, basically minion levels. And all of that you can get outside of Breach. So I don't think Breach would be like... I'm level 68 and I'm like just starting my Atlas progression, so I need to go straight for Breach so I can immediately start farming those rings. Like, it's not that important. That'd be like a, you know, we're a higher level and now we're ready to, like, we're settled at level 90 plus, we've got good defensive gear, and now we're able to farm for good stuff. That's when we'd swap the Breach. I assume for the initial Atlas tree, I'm just going to do the Fortress. I don't remember how I should... Oh, man, there's so much to the Atlas tree. I'm definitely not doing any Expedition. Expedition can lick my butt. Did you guys know I don't like Expedition? Can anyone sub for Private League? Yep, anyone. It is anyone can, yep. Oops. Also, if there are spots left. Well, even if it's full, like... It is always going to have room eventually. Like, people are just always going to make slots for it. I mean, let me get the link for it. It's in 3 days and 2 hours. So it's at noon my time on Friday. Nice. That's a good time for me to start my stream. That'll allow me to, like, you know, get my errands done for a Friday, get any work I need done before the weekend. Might just quit if you die level 40 plus. I mean, that's fine. That's fine if you do. Just give it a shot. Just dip your toes in the hardcore. Don't take it too seriously. Expect to die. I mean, just keep in mind, if you're playing in the hardcore league, this is just a default. This is to anybody playing the hardcore league. You're gonna die. And there's sometimes bullshit-ass bugs that happen in this game. Freezes, glitches, like... Expect to die. And as long as you're, like, you know, going and expecting to die, and it's always gonna suck when you die to a bug or bullshit. It's never gonna... We're never gonna make that not feel bad, but just go in expecting to die and wanting to go again, maybe. Send a few deaths, but only one death is fine. That's how I've handled most of the hardcore private leagues. I do one death, maybe two. Maybe two. I don't know why this song got so absurdly loud. Was trying out hardcore last night with shitting bricks. It's fun, man. It requires you to play the game slower. It requires you to think about the game differently. It can never be my main game mode just because of how I like to play my build so experimental. Like, sometimes I'm like, let's try out the Divinity Amulet and see if it's any good. And then I die 20 maps in a row trying to optimize it. Like, you can't do that in hardcore, right? That's just not ever going to be my main playstyle. But, I like to equate it to hardcore World of Warcraft. I love hardcore World of Warcraft. I think hardcore World of Warcraft is awesome. It just gets you more immersed in your gameplay. It gets you to slow down. It gets you to, like, you know, it just gets you to play a little bit differently. And it's not the main mode for everybody, and sometimes it's not even an alt mode for some people. That's fine. If it ain't for you, it ain't for you. But, as long as you go in with the right mentality. As long as you go in with the right mentality, you'll have a good time. But if you've never played hardcore before, expect some random fucking deaths. I appreciate you, Shadows. I get hypercritical of my performance on the podcast sometimes. A lot of times I feel like I am a shit host and I end up talking over people too much, or because it's difficult when, like, when we originally proposed the podcast, I wasn't supposed to be the host. I was supposed to be one of the panelists. Like, I was supposed to be, like, the weird off-meta expert, right? And then I just eventually had to, like, I eventually just, you know, was like, whoever was supposed to be the host, which was Crockett to Try, backed out. For many good reasons. He had reasons. And then I just, you know, ended up being the host. And then, so it's hard to balance, like, I have my own opinions and stuff that I want to share, right? Like, I'm not, you know, I'm not just, you know, the facilitator at times, you know, I have my opinions I want to share, but if I'm hosting and being, you know, a panelist, that would lead to me talking, like, 50% of the time. So it's like an awkward, like, battle within myself the entire time of, should I speak now? Should I give input here? It's why sometimes, a lot of times when I phrase, like, an opening to a question, I don't like the lead, but sometimes I give my opinion in the opening statement because that's the only opportunity I have to give my perspective on it. But when you do that sometimes, when I'm like, this is how I feel about it, it kind of, like, almost leads other people sometimes into, like, that direction, and it's awkward sometimes. But I appreciate the nice words. At the end of the day, we're just some dorks talking about a video game, and it should just be fun and lighthearted. You know, we're not on, like, ESPN or anything. But I do, get a little critical of my performance on the podcast sometimes. Like the Snoobay episode, I thought I was dog shit on, but I woke up at, like, 3 a.m. after, like, 30 minutes of sleep, so I think I called Rabbit a slut at one point. I don't know why I did that. Like, I was just all over the place that episode. That was a bad time to lose Archon. There we go. I was talking for on a weekly basis, so I understand getting in that headset. I appreciate all that. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely improved a lot since the first episode, so. But yeah, I mean, I love the podcast. I look forward to it so much every week. And it's super cool that we've just gotten, like, you know, every week we get new guests. Like, this week we have Red Vials on. He's a, like, currency streamer. I'm sure a lot of you know who Red Vials is. And next week we have Timmy on, who is a hardcore player. Like, you know, what's the build? The podcast started as like a build making podcast, but now it's like, I don't even necessarily think we can call it a build making podcast anymore, even though, like, build making is oftenly heavily emphasized. It's just like, you know, a PoE 2 podcast at this point. You should for sure include this build on the build of the week. Very unique. I mean, I don't like showing my own builds on build of the week, you know. The reason why I started the build of the week segment was because of me, like, I get featured a lot, like, between, like, off-meta, like, there's Jorgen, Miso, who Miso, by the way, is a sack of shit. He doesn't feature me in his videos anymore. But Miso, Jorgen, and there's this Russian creator. I don't know his name because his, like, channel name's in Russian, but, they do, the Russian guy does a weekly Build of the Week series, and then Jorgen does, like, Builds of the Week when he's playing PoE 2. And I get featured on Jorgen's and the Russian guys all the time, and the Russian guy, it's gotten to the point where, like, if you go look at his YouTube series where he does the Builds of the Week, it's become a, like, he calls it a tradition on his channel to end with one of my builds. To me, there's, like, no better feeling than someone's like, this is cool, good job. Like, and that happened first with the, like, there was a few times, like, PoE creators were like, this is cool, or showcase me in, like, little shorts or something. That's how I met Miso, but getting featured by GGG's Build of the Week was, like, the coolest fucking feeling in the world. And that's why we started the Build of the Week segment on the podcast, is because we know what it's like when someone's like, your build's awesome, this is really cool, like, the effort and hard work and creativity that went into this is awesome, I want to, like, highlight this. Like, we know what that feeling's like, so I don't feel good highlighting builds I've made on the podcast for that reason. If, like, Rabbit or Miso ever wanted to highlight one of my builds, or I wanted to highlight one of their builds, that's different. Like, I would happily highlight one of their builds, but I just feel a little bit awkward about promoting my own builds, because when I do that, I'm just thinking in the back of my head, but man, there's, like, some new off-meta creator or someone out there who's, like, worked really hard on their build that I should be showcasing this week instead of mine. So, while this build is fucking awesome, I love this build, it's my favorite build of the league, you know, I just don't like the idea of me showcasing my own builds on the podcast. Even though there's a lot of people on the podcast that don't watch my YouTube channel, so don't know of this build, it would definitely be reaching more people if I showcased it on the podcast. Yeah, it just feels awkward. I think I already know the build of the week I'm showcasing this week. It's from the creator. What's his fucking name? I'm so bad with names sometimes. Or not sometimes, all the time. I call Jet. Shit, I can't find it. It's the guy that does the Black Flame, what's it called? Contagion builds. He did one recently where he has Blink with Perfect Strike. Yeah, Josiah Yeet. Yeah, him. Exactly. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will be showcasing a Josiah Yeet. I was going to showcase his video last week, but then I showcased one of your builds. Yeah, I'm going to be showcasing a Josiah. He's been cooking hard, yeah. The Perfect Strike Gemling. I mean, Gemling's just fucking insane, but that Perfect Strike Contagion Gemling is so cool. The build he did before that, the Thanos one, was cool too. I meant to showcase that one, but I forgot which one it was, like, 10 minutes before the podcast, and I had to throw out a random one. And then now I remember, I have it bookmarked, his, the Perfect Strike one. And yeah, I'll be showcasing that on the pod this week. Unless Rabbit ends up showcasing it or something, then I'll have a backup. Oh, hey! Doriani's here. Yeah, Josiah's been cooking hard. He's killing it. You like this over Explode Flowers in terms of favorite? Yes. For sure. Because, so, maybe it's just like the ego in me talking, Kodachi, but this is my build. Like, no one owns a build, right? But no one helped me make this build. This is like, I went into Djinn with no plan, and we ended up here, and every step of the way was like my decision making. Obviously, it was financed and helped crafted by Folk, but the entire aspect of the build was like, and the theme and like like Folk never influenced what the build should become. I told him what to craft, and he crafted it, right? He was never like, you should use this, right? And obviously people gave me tips, like there was the guy that with the time loss tip that really helped influence it, but like the Djinn Remnant Bomber, that was a collaboration with Blade Zero. So like, while that was an awesome build, and I would say it was like 70% me because I'm the one piloting it, like, a lot of it was influenced and optimized by Blade Zero from a design perspective. So, like, it's not like, it's a little different. I think you can understand what I mean by that, right? Like, I loved that build, but that wasn't, like, my build. That was our build. And, like, while it's awesome and, like, I still have pride for it, right? This is, like, my best crafted build I've probably ever done. Obviously, I had fucking, an engineer. Like, I'm Batman and he's Lucius Fox. Fox is my Lucius Fox. He's making my fucking Batman suit, my Batmobile. But I'm telling him what I want from my Batmobile, and I'm the one going out and, like, doing the shit, right? Like, it's a little different there. Versus, Blade Zero and we actually crafted it together and built it up. So, this one, I would never have been able to make it as good as this was without Folk, but I think this would have been a good enough build without Folk influencing with like, insane jewels. Just, Folk is, I'm not trying to diminish anything that Folk did, but yeah, Folk leveled it up absurdly, and that's what made it so much fun, and it actually makes me want to learn jewel crafting, too. If jewel crafting doesn't get completely gutted, I'll be learning it for future patches, because of, like, I've seen what it can do with a build like this. But I don't know, yeah, this build was fun. It was super cool and unique. And it ended up being just clown tier fun because of the influence of the jewels. Like, yeah, I don't know. This is my favorite build of the patch for sure. I think the Bloom Bombing Abyssal Lich was, like, the cooler build, though. That had some, like, that was, like, fun text, right? That was fun text. And it was cheaper than this build, too. But this build's, like, functionally, like, this is, like, this could almost be a meta build if jewel crafting stays this way, right? Not almost. This would be a meta build if jewel crafting stays this way. Like, you would, like, maybe not meta, but it would have a fan base of people that played it every league. It would be, like, a following build. And it's very fun to play. Also, what's just, like, to me, like, I'm extra excited about it because, like, Varashta went from, like, bottom 3 Ascendancy to me in terms of me wanting to play it to top 3. And it all has to do with Baryonic Ley Lines with very large time loss. Like, I haven't even begun to process, like, what other builds I could do with this tech. Like, you don't even have to do it with diamonds. There's going to be good ruby or emerald or sapphire time loss builds that you can just do on a budget that has some form of area effect on it. And this time loss maxing itself is just... Baryonic Ley Lines with very large radius is super cool. Like, this right here is awesome. And I just keep thinking, like, what am I going to do next with this tech? Because there's so many different modifiers you can get on time lost that, like, just, okay, area effect. Minion area or area effect. You can scale the area of a lot of skills very high with a time lost Varashta build. But what about all the other cool mods? Like, what if there's, like, hazard damage or hazard... Like, there's so many weird mods that there's going to be these little off-meta niche builds that you can giga-amp a very specific stat with a time lost, and it'll turn this stupid idea into something hilarious. Like this. This is, like, a basic example of it. This isn't a bad skill that was turned good. This was a good skill that was turned absurd by a time loss, right? Look what the time loss tech did to this build. A lot of this area is coming from the 2 time loss. So, like, the time loss tech to me is super, super exciting, and that's what I'm, like, looking forward to. Like, again, Varashta, it was almost, like, meta boring to me. Like, it was just too good. The Djinn sucked, but everything else about it was, like, generic OP, staff with focus. Generic OP, energy shield nonsense. Generic OP, time loss radius. But, like, with the very large radius, it, like, elevated it to something stupid. And I am, yeah. Even with jewel crafting getting nerfed, as long as that very large radius exists, Varashta is potentially, like, a top 5 creativity ascendancy for me. You'll be able to manipulate time lost very well. Like, there's so many good areas where you can put a time lost. That's like, this isn't a... These aren't good spots for time loss. Right here and right here. These aren't good spots for time loss. These are okay spots for time loss. There are much more efficient spots for time loss. Here, here, here. Like, there are so much... Like, this is easily a top 3 ascendancy for me for now. Just for time loss shenanigans. Like, it's I think, like, I might be getting ahead of myself, but it's, like, almost Witch Hunter tier for me. Like, like, it just has, there's so much potential with it that I haven't stopped to, like, brainstorm any fun ideas, because the moment I do that, like, I'm gonna go play that build, and I'm not trying to bait myself before the hardcore private league, but you could see me be doing a lot of just bullshit-ass Varashta builds, just experimenting with time loss going forward. There's a boss there. Proc.
I think not, Mad Wolf.
I can't see him. Oh, he's right here in the middle. I think he's landing. Yep. I think he's landing. Dodge roll. I'm fucking like a blind. I'm doing like a fucking blind speed run now. I'm listening to audio cues to be able to know when attack's coming. I literally just heard the sound effect of him going up in the air, and I was like, oh, okay, time to dodge roll. There's no seeing with this build. We are audio cue gamers now. Jesus Christ. Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, I do a lot of Sanctum farming. It's like my go-to farm every league. Like, I love Sanctum, so I'm pretty good at getting time loss and, like, you know. But it's, you know. Look at the progression we took with this build, folk. We didn't have the time loss the first 2 days, right? Or the first, like, 4 days, rather. You know? We were having plenty of fun without them. So it's like, I would be happy to, like, league start this Ascendancy with the plan of getting a juiced, you know, time lost eventually, right? But, like, also, it wouldn't necessarily also be, like, a league start Ascendancy. I always get baited by new shit on league starts, so it would probably take a long time for me to league start a Varashta. It's cool long-term goal, if anything, yeah. It's definitely not like a league start thing for sure, though, because, like, when you're doing it, you'd want to max it, you know. You'd want, you know, you want from nothings and stuff. But if... Oh, my dead. We have a Wisp boss on us. But yeah, like, to the final point of it, though. Look what the time loss did to this skill. Who knows what other skills are out there waiting to be cheesified by time loss. Who knows? It'll be a thing for sure. It'll be a thing. Like, this is the level 94 time loss swap. You need 94 passive points to be able to get all the notables you want inside the time loss range, and then you need this specific type of time loss. Like, it'll definitely be a thing. There will be like a level 90 to 94. Like, this is when you want to start using the time loss. For sure. And that's fun too, by the way. I love that stuff. Like, I love phases to builds. That's why this build was so fun to me. That's why it was partly my favorite build of the league. Like, we've been playing the Tornado skill from level 22, which I prefer. I know a lot of people like that. You want to play your main skill as early as possible. But this build had legitimate waves and phases, which is what you want out of every league starter. You know, it just starts very small scale, and then... Oh, the shirt, thanks, man. How you doing, bro? And what's cool is, like, it wouldn't even, like, it would be, like, probably a two-part goal, too, folk. Like, we skipped an entire step. We went from 0 time loss to 2 time loss, right? There were, like, it would probably be, like, the level 92 single time loss, and then, like, the level 96 double time loss. Like, it can get really cool, and, like, it's got so much potential. It's got so much potential, you know? I'm a big fan of Arashna right now just because of the time loss cheese. And it's just like a good core ascendancy otherwise too. Like, which is like Witch Hunter is. Witch Hunter is a good base ascendancy, and then it has the creativity of the weapon set passives. Okay, so we've gotten those 2 Citadel bosses. I need a Jom and Ross Citadel. Here's one. So we need to get this one to 200% Delirious, and then we'll do the Jom and Ross Citadel. And then at that point, I think I have every clip I want for the video. So. Alright, let's get you to 200%. Yeah, it reshapes the whole tree. And yeah, going from 2 to, like, 1 to 2 is just like, yeah. Like, 0 to 1 reshapes the whole tree. 1 to 2 reshapes the whole tree. Super fun. That's what you want from these builds. Like, that's what makes PoE 1 builds so fun, is they're just a journey of phases while you're still playing the same build. Can you explain time loss? Sure. So time loss are a type of jewel you can get. They are these ones with this circle. And the way they work is they influence the passive tree within the radius of them. And oftentimes they are absurdly small. They'll be like this. They'll be like this one right here. This little one right here. This is a from nothing. This is a from nothing. Most time loss are about this size. But with this patch, they added the jewel crafting mod that upgrades the radius to very large. And then when combined with baryonic ley lines. Hey, what's up, Blade? When carved baryonic ley lines, you get a massive radius with the time loss. So what the time loss does is it influences the notables and small passes in its range. And these can roll a lot of different stuff. These can roll stuff that makes the notables gain stuff. So this one is notables gain minion critical hit chance and area of effect. So if you look at my notables on the tree, this is normally just mana cost efficiency for command skills and maximum Puppet Master stacks. But because it's in range of the time loss, it is now also getting the effects of the time lost, which makes notables in range give minion crit and minion area. And then we also have the rolls increase effect of small passives and small notables. So these are not normally 15% increased damage. I think they're 12. So these time lost are increasing all of our passives in very specific ways. And what's very important about this build specifically is minion area of effect is very difficult to get. There's not very many sources of minion area. So by getting this on a time loss that has increased notable effect, which increases that from 6% to 7%. Notables are these ones. So you have a travel nodes. These are the travel tribute nodes. So these are these ones that are like, you can choose the 5 of int, dex, and strength. Then you have small passives. Small passives are the little circles. These are the little circles that lead to the medium-sized circles at the end of a passive branch. So small passives are these ones, and then notables are these ones right here. Notables are these like medium-sized circles. Then you have these bigger circles here. These are called keystones. So you have travel attribute nodes, small passives, notables, and keystones. Time lost can affect notables and small passives in their range. So mine are boosting the effect of small passive, and some of these can say, like, increase the physical damage of your small passives by 6, right? Like, so these can affect your notables and passives in large ranges. But what mine are doing are making each of these notables give me minion critical hit chance. These ones over here are minion critical damage bonus. And then they both give me minion area. And then from there, it's just about getting as many notables as possible. So we're doing some fun stuff like, where's my Megalomaniac? My Megalomaniac, I actually don't care about any of these, right? Blood Tearing, this doesn't buff my minions at all. This gives me 1% life regen per second, but in reality, this is doing nothing for the build. And Stigmata, while it's making me, like, my offerings have more life, ultimately doing nothing for the build. The reason why we have this Megalomaniac is all 3 of these notables are within range of a time lost. So my Megalomaniac, while it looks like it's giving me absolute dog shit, what it's giving me is 21% increased minion area with 16% crit damage bonus and, what is this, 24% critical hit chance. So, like, anytime you have a notables taken in the area, even if it's from a Megalomaniac, it influences the time loss. So, when you really lean into min-maxing a time loss on a Varashta, which I think, if I did the math, I think I was getting over 250, in my video I'm editing it later today after the stream, I think it's over 250% minion area from these 2 time loss, which before, like, was impossible to get this much minion area. You would need an adorned setup with perfect minion jewels to be able to get, like, a little over 100% or something. But the time loss has enabled such a massive amount of minion area effect for this build. And why I'm hyped about time loss is this tech can be applied to so many different off-meta concepts. I will be playing Disciple of Varashta as long as very large time lost exist as a main ascendancy going forward. It may not be my league starter, it might not be my number 1, but it'll be top 3. There will be so many, like, as long as jewel crafting exists as it does, and as long as there is a notable or something that on time loss that I want to scale to 200 to 300%, Varashta's fucking so much fun for scaling something. Like, obviously, minion area is the obvious one, but there's going to be some cool techs you can do with this. And I am, yeah, that's time lost. That is a time lost. Stop summoning nerfs. I think the only thing that's going to happen is jewels get nerfed, but you never know at GGG. And I think, I've been talking about it on stream, I just think they need to nerf the guaranteed 5 mods. If it was only guaranteed 4 mods, I think I could still do all the builds I want to do. But the 5th mod is just too deterministic and OP. But, yeah, maybe I'm probably going to get it nerfed. Oh no, it's cool. I think this is what Varasha should be. It keeps it in line with like Witch Hunter, Gemling, martial artist, shaman. It's not like Time Lost are like, you know, you can't get a bad Time Lost and just slap notables into your build and it's going to be good, right? You know, it is very much a, not an like a league start, not a budget thing that like, I mean, maybe people will abuse it. It's kind of broken, but. I need to learn a jewel crafting tech. I mean, it's probably getting nerfed, but yes. I'm probably going to try and learn it soon. Open the, yeah, I mean, that's what, like, it's exactly what I've been saying all day and all week, Blade. It's just like, just think of like like any skill that has bad area of effect. But what if there's like, you know, over time, right, we get new effects to Time Loss. Like, what if they add hazard area? Or, like, weird duration note. Like, there's just, you never know what notable, like, what stat you can get, what modifier you can get that would just be like, oh, okay, this completely enables a build that wasn't enabled before. So, that's just, like, those are the things that excite me. Is just like, oh, okay, this can be used to do shit that was not possible otherwise. I mean, well, apparently jewel crafting's easy, and it only takes like 20 minutes. If jewel crafting is this easy and deterministic, I am happy to learn it. But it's like, you act like it's like, go learn crafting. Here, craft this hyper-specific off-meta item that requires remnant thing and other dumb items that no one else is crafting, so I have to go learn to craft it for myself. Like, you know, when the items I need to craft for my builds are stupid fucking items, you know, learning crafting's not easy, you know. But jewels, learning to craft jewels seems easy. From, like, the blueprint, right? Like, I can copy the like, learning the blueprint to crafting jewels, I'm sure I could use that blueprint to make, like, any type of jewel I want, right? So, like, to me, that just seems like universal knowledge. Obviously, I'm being stupid and lazy, and yes, I will keep pawning, crafting onto people. I'm not going to deny that. I'm not going... listen, there are people who like crafting, and I don't like crafting, but I think with jewels specifically, it just seems like, I will be able to make way cooler builds if I learn jewel crafting. Across the board. Like, I just, yeah, that's just, this build completely, like, just changed my, like, jewels are fucking crazy, man. Jewels are fucking crazy. They're nuts. Like, obviously all crafting is nuts. But, yeah, I want to be able to craft jewels for sure. This seems just like, so powerful. If it stays. I hope it stays. I don't know, man. It's OP, but I like OP. And you don't see it in solo self-found. It's not like you see 20 diamonds in solo self-found. But yeah, I'll keep using you guys to craft stuff. Listen, I'm gonna start paying, like, a crafting, like, you know... There's gonna be, like, a 25 to 50 divine, like, crafting fee that I will start paying on top of the mats and stuff. A lot of the crafting that's happened lately has been, like, you know... collaborative crafting. That's not a lie. First of all, Blade, you little rat sack of shit. I know how you manipulate the market around my builds when we do them, so... Don't act like you don't make infinite money around the builds we do together. But, for this build specifically, while I did invest a lot of Divine into this build overall, I think more total than Folk. obviously nobody should be having to invest any of their own divine into someone else's build. I am giving every single jewel that was crafted for this build to folk. So I'm not making like... I'm probably losing all of my divine I spent on this build. I probably spent like 3,000 divine, which I'm fine with, but... I don't want it to seem like I'm abusing folk. He will probably make some divines, I hope. But... I should probably just, you know... It's fine if, like, you guys are crafting singular items, like... If I need a body armor, and I'm like, hey, folk, I need this body armor made, or hey, Blade, I need this scepter made, last one, I need this helmet made. I think that's fine. The thing that bothered me about this one is we were both kind of just trying to rush through this build because of the hardcore private league. If I had like 2 weeks to play this build, I probably wouldn't have like rushed it all. But I feel bad because he crafted like, what was it? 10 diamonds and 2 time loss. Like, it was a lot of grunt work. And I should learn to craft jewels so other people don't have to do that level of grunt work. You know, obviously the time loss thing, if I ever need a perfect time loss again, that's probably something I'm going to have folk do. But I would pay him like 250 to 500 divine on top of the crafting fee next time. But like, what made me feel most bad about this one was he crafted, you know... I'm guessing 3 to 4 hours worth of crafts. And he likes crafting, but I'm sure he doesn't like crafting 10 diamonds, you know, so... That's another reason why I want to learn to craft diamonds. I probably won't care to learn to craft, like, hyper, you know, spirit reservation, spirit stacking body armors. Like, there's no way I have the patience to learn those crafts. But I do think... I should learn jewel crafting. And probably before 1.0. No, not probably. I will learn it before 1.0. There was no personal jab. I don't even know what you're referring to as the personal jab. Oh. I mean, there's just lots of body crafts. Oh, right. Oh, well, I mean, I completely forgot about that when I said that. But yes, that's not something I probably ever want to learn to craft. I mean, who knows, you know. We're not even 2 years into this game, you know. I'm sure by, like, year 10, I can craft a few things. But yeah, I really want to learn jewel crafting. Like, if maybe at one point in the hardcore private league, if there's enough mats and I can get some bases, I'll craft a single jewel in the hardcore private league. That's crazy, yeah. There's no world where I ever get to the point where, like, I am spending that much time chaos spamming, which... Like, my enjoyment of the game, it does not come from that. And I don't want to put myself through that. I would rather just do builds with no crafts, but... I am cool with paying people. Which... And I don't like doing that in all my builds. Like, I do like that... It's very important to me that some of my builds aren't just, like, carried by other people's crafts. Which, like, I did 12 builds this league. I think people crafted for, like, 4 of them. So... Especially, like, around league start. Like, I assume around league start, right? Like, you know, Blade's playing his character, farming divines for himself. Folk's playing his character, farming divines for himself, right? Like, you know, I'm not going to be able to abuse crafting minions, you know, always, so. It's more of like an end-of-league projects type thing where we're doing goofy, wacky, OP shit, and we need hyper-specific crafts. Yeah, I wasted like 3,000 divine on this build. Oh, waste is the wrong word, but there was a lot of interaction testing early on, and then like buying budget setups and testing things. But the current setup, I want to say it's got like a little over 1,000 divine, not including the jewels. Oh, I was completely looking at chat there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the same for me. Is like early on, like I just, part of me wants to start doing the like the safe league start, like supporting fire tactician for the first 2 weeks, make a mirror, and then have fun for the next 6 weeks. But I always bait myself into doing something new, stupid, and fun on league start, and just end up wasting all of my divines experimenting. And the only reason I'm able to experiment early on is because I release a build, and if it's not dog shit, I break even. There's usually like hand-me-down gears, and I can like flip some of the items in the current set, and I'll barely break even, and I can afford the next build. And there's like a little bit of a build flip churn. And that's how I have existed for like this entire patch, is just build flip after build flip after build flip. There's no build flip this time, though. The build flip is all going to Folk, because I'm sure there's like plenty of crafting project Folk wants to do, and I really don't have an idea for a build right now. I'm taking the break for the Hardcore League, and then Blade Zero and I are doing a project whenever that ends. And then that might be it for me for the league. I might go play solo Self-Found. I mean, I hope we get the reset soon, but we have no word on it. I'm desperate for it. I am ready for a fresh economy. I love fresh ecos so much. I also assume mid to late August. But yeah. And like, I don't know. I really love this build. Like, you could see me like playing a version of this build in hardcore, and then me like, what happened with supporting fire was, it felt a lot like this in terms of like me wanting to play it. Like, I fucking played supporting fire so much last patch, like 5 different times, and that's how I'm feeling about this build. So it's like possible that like I'm doing this build in the hardcore private league, and then I'm playing it in solo Self-Found until the reset league, and then you see me play it in the reset league. This build's fucking fun. And if the time loss cheese stays, I could see me league starting Varashta. It for 1.0. It's a noob-friendly ascendancy, but it's also got that autistic flair that I love. So, because I'm really trying to think of like what I'm thinking really hard on what my 1.0 league starter is, because I have been saying it the entire time since like we started the podcast, since before. 1.0 is going to be massive for this game. People do not understand how the average normie gamer thinks. Normies do not touch early access games. Normies do not touch games where the campaign isn't finished. When you tell a normie that the game is in early access and the campaign's not done, Like, they go, oh, okay, well, I'll just wait till that's done. I'll just wait till that's done. And that's what so many people are doing. And I am genuinely concerned that if I league start something weird that I normally do, I'm going to bait a lot of brand new players into playing whatever dog shit build I play on League Start. So part of me is genuinely like, should I League Start supporting Fire Tactician for 1.0? Give all the new players that want to play that build somebody to follow with it? Farm myself a bunch of Divine and then set myself up for the rest of the league? Of course, I'm going to go ahead and answer that question. I will get baited by something new. I'm going to play the dumbest swords build on an Abyssal Lich or something. Like, I'm going to be doing something fucking idiotic. But part of me, like, just feels this guilt as a content creator that's like, y'all are stupid. Y'all are a bunch of idiots. And I have to protect y'all from yourselves. Y'all don't know better. Y'all, like, first of all, some of y'all are just dumb. But what's worse is some of y'all are dumb and think you're not dumb. You think you can play a build like this. Which this build might be playable for new players. But, you know, a lot of y'all won't hear the warnings. I'll be like, don't play this, new players. Don't play this if you can't make divines. But y'all still play it anyway. Yeah, that's the worst combo, yes. Stupid but thinks they're smart is always the worst combo. But no, like, trolling aside, I am being serious. Like, that is real. That, like, I can put up as many... Like, even if I don't make a guide, right? If I just stream the build, there are people who just float in and like, oh, this looks cool. Load up the PoE Ninja, try and throw it together on a budget, and then come back and like, hey, this build sucks. It's like... There's so many people like that, and like... With new players, specifically, they're supposed to be dumb and bad, right? So, if I'm league starting just the wacky shit that looks cool, there are going to be plenty of people that get baited by it. And, memes aside, like, I genuinely do, like, part of me is like, with specifically 1.0, should I play something that's wacky, but safe? Like supporting Fire Tactician. It's my own, you know, it's a build that I've played for 3 leagues now. You know, I'm comfy with it. I enjoy it. It makes currency, and it's a genuinely a noob-friendly build, right? Like, you know, that's... I'm gonna get baited by weird new shit. Flame Tornadoes also kill. Can all skills crit? I mean, not all skills can crit, but... most skills can. It would be safe to assume all skills can crit, because more often than not you're going to run into a skill that can crit. But like, you know, there are some skills that like don't do damage, right? Like those obviously can't crit if they don't do damage. There are some skills that are damage over times that don't have a base hit, so those can't crit. But like, sometimes crit damage bonus can influence those weird dots, like Infernal Legion scaled off of like crit damage bonus despite it not like being like there's very weird ways you can influence skills that weren't able to crit, like with curses. Curses are just debuffs that don't crit, but you put Dodres in them, they can suddenly crit, right? So it's like most stuff can crit. The things that can't crit can sometimes crit if you find a way to make them crit. And then there are very few things that just can't crit. So, I wouldn't be able to give you a list because, you know, list too big. And list unknown. Most of the damage in the build's coming from crit damage bonus? I mean, yeah, at this point. We have a 70-something% crit chance with 700% damage bonus. But the build was doing just fine without crit scaling early on. but you're not going to be killing Arbiter through DR without, you know, crit scaling. All roads lead to crit when you're hyper optimized, but that doesn't mean crit is required throughout like a majority of the build's journey. This is not a crit build until you're, you know, forcing crit. But you're able to play it without crit. You should be playing it without crit. Until you have the, you know, the Giga time loss set up online with all the jewels. It's a skill with a 7% base critical hit chance. So, the best way to optimize this build is... I mean, you only see what this skill is right now. You don't see what the skill is baseline. But the way the skill looks baseline is, it sends out like 7 or 8 runes, but the AoE is so small, to the point that none of them overlap with each other very rarely. Essentially, the only way they overlap with each other is when you see these runes literally land on top of each other like this. But for the most part, the tornado is so small that they're not overlapping. So one of the best way to increase its damage is to scale its area of effect to where they're overlapping, and that way multiple tornadoes are hitting the same target. So while area does nothing to increase its damage over time, or its damage at all, when you go from 1 tornado hitting a boss to 7 tornadoes hitting a boss, you've effectively 7 extra damage. So a lot of the ways we're scaling our damage is via area of effect. And making them overlap. So that was the first damage scaling point. Obviously, the passive tree has a lot of minion damage stuff, and command skill stuffs, and Archon scaling, muster scaling. That all increases our damage too, but step 1 is big area to make the tornadoes overlap as often as possible. Or step 3 is get the area extra big to where they're always overlapping. Well, it's more than double damage in this case, because we're getting way more than 2 tornadoes overlapping, but yes. And that was like when I first used the skill at level 22. That was my initial thought, was like, oh, if we can get these tornadoes overlapping, we will be able to clear all bosses in the game with ease. And then we're like, okay, we're going to AoE max. So from the moment I was leveling the character from level 20 or 22, whenever we got our ascendancy point, it was just like, alright, the goal is getting this AoE as big as possible. And we didn't start at level 22 with any area of effect scaling, but eventually it became this, so... I don't know, it's a really fun build. I think I'm convincing myself to play this in the hardcore private league. Part of me wants to like try and optimize it in hardcore, and just like slam my head into it and see if I can like get a non-jeweled version going base. That way, when I'm playing it in trade league, I'm way more efficient and optimized. I think this is going to be my build for the hardcore trade league or the hardcore private league. And then, I don't know why, the Whispering Ice tech has existed since 0.3. People still only look towards Rockiatas. Or Frostbomb cheese. I do not know why the Whispering Ice tech is still fucking slept on. It's been fucking 3 patches now. Wasn't it 0.3 that we've been using this since? Got, like, semi-popularized in 0.4? And yeah, with the Rockiata's nerf... Well, the Rockiata's nerf is... It is a nerf, but the nerf is mainly to bossing, right? Like, it's still very, like... People, like... Bosses haven't been the hardest content in the game for a while. It's been mapping content. And, like, you still want Rockiatas and mapping, especially if you're doing maps that have, like, increased elemental resistance mod, right? Like... Rockiatas is still busted as fuck in 200% deli juiced mapping. So I don't think, like, people are like, Rockiatas is a nerf for pinnacle bosses, for sure. But, you know, it's still very good. It's still very fucking good. And if you're using Rockiatas, you shouldn't feel bad, but people still forget about the Whispering Ice tech. I am getting more damage from Whispering Ice with elemental weakness on bosses than Rockiatas gives. That might be a lie. But it's a lot. People don't understand how good Whispering Ice is. And I am doing the I've got like the passive juicing it, so. Well, I know we tested it for Gamba Thorns, but we were like, Gamba Thorns was an anomaly, so. We had like a 15 mirror build there. I want to do a Sumu. I'm in the mood for a Sumu. Yeah, I haven't done any of the snapshot with Whispering Ice, other stuff. I've only ever used it for exposure. And with the duration scaling I have on the setup right now, it lasts for like 15 seconds. It's like a crazy long time. It's super nice. The thing about the Whispering Ice is, it would be so busted when leveling because the skill does, like, you would be surprised, the Frost Storm that's applying the elemental weakness, because it's applying such a powerful exposure, it does a lot of damage. Oh, I'm sitting in this room thinking it's finished? What's happening? Am I bugged? Oh, okay. I'm stupid. I blacked out. Whispering Ice does good damage on its own. So if it was a leveling unique, like, the weapon, the skill itself would be, like, it would be all you needed. Like, using the Ice Storm would be so overpowered to level with. You would scale its area, and it would just clear everything. So I think that's why they didn't make a leveling unique. It would be like the best caster leveling unique. It would just be that good. Because it would not just be for exposure tech, it would do damage. So I get why it's gated to 75 only. Like, it's crazy that it's not used more. It is an absurdly powerful unique. And the one I'm using, by the way, I don't know if it's a perfect one. It's 70-something% exposure. It cost me 2 Divine Orbs. Like, nope, it's not even like an expensive unique. Yeah, the first time I used it was on a cast on crit Infernalist in 0.3. And then Blade and I used it again for the Adonia's Ego Thorns build. And that was my 3rd time using it. And for the Adonia's Ego one, we like Giga min-maxed it, which I think I'm doing most of the min-maxing we did for that one. I just got all the passive points and then a good Whispering Ice. With duration scaling with it. I don't think we used it for the Void Bomber. No, because the Void Bomber was doing all physical and chaos. Nah, not with me. This is my first Whispering Ice build of the patch. I have not used it this patch myself. But we definitely didn't use it in the Void Bomber.
Because of your lies, he believed you could protect them. He couldn't even protect.
I mean, yeah. I've got build brain soup too. But I know I didn't use Whispering Ice this patch, at least. Till now. Mainly because my weapon set 2 has often been taken with something else. A lot of times it's like, if you can't run Whispering Ice, it's just because your weapon set 2 needs a different item for something else. The skill... The only thing I would have used in weapon set 2 would have been Pounce for the surround debuff, as well as like guaranteed shock stuff. But exposure is just significantly more damage. And I'm skill capped. If I could have done the Frostbomb tech, I would have. And probably done Pounce, but I don't have room for an unset ring. Oops, didn't mean to leave. I was running an unset ring at one point, but ended up optimizing out of them. Because the rings I have are better. Like, I could be running... I don't have to be running Kalandra's Touch. I could be running, like, one unset ring and then one Giga Minion ring, but fuck that. Oh, there's a boss over here in the corner. Decent amount of tinks from this one. No, Archon won't proc. There we go. Alright, here we go, guys. Voices. Today's the day. Today's the day. Show me that sapphire, baby. Quite a few tinks from that map. Alright, let's do some bossing. I want some bossing. Are your eyes okay? No. My vision gets worse every day. Yeah, I've done quite a few flashy builds this league. Definitely hasn't helped my eyes. How much Hoove blood am I at? I've done quite a few Breach maps in a row now. Probably back over 50k. I don't know when the last time I did one was. Streams merged together. Oh, we're at 72k. Jesus. Alright, time to... Let's go ahead and dump all this so I can pick up all these catalysts. Or you pick all this up. Alright. We might not have enough wound whiffs to go through all my blood. Let's see. Oh yeah, we definitely don't have enough. Oh, wait. Forgot you can click the center of the star. Did I get it all? Alright, let's see if we can get an Ulna Tolls. Not bad. We've gotten a good amount of currency today from Breach. The 200% Deli Hive Blood Breach farms, it's really good, but like I'm not sustaining womb gifts at all. It feels like you have to do, like... I don't know. It feels like all of those fucking Breach videos I watched the last few days were, like, fucking bait lies. Like, you're not just spamming these juice hive blood fucking... tablets. Like, you're not. You're gonna have to do womb gift farming rotations for sure, right? Because I'm still at fucking 40k. I'm gonna have to buy wound gifts if I wanted to only use the currency one. But even if I bought all of these, I'd probably still... Like, if I went through all my wound gifts, I'd probably have a high blood influx with these setups. Like, everyone was telling me, like, they were almost all high blood maxing with rares and stuff to, like, get 100k high blood as fast as possible. But, like, how are you sustaining wound gifts? Every setup I've tried, I'm not sustaining wound gifts at all. Doesn't seem efficient to me. Some buy womb gifts, I see. I mean, that's the only way I'm sustaining womb gifts. Which I bet you buying womb gifts is profitable. But, there's no way I'm sustaining wound gifts with any of the setups that I was showcased. It would have to be like, you're doing travel maps with like womb gift farming setups and then doing 200% deli for hive blood, but like, I'm just getting hive blood so fast and womb and gifts so slow. Never balanced. That's what I'm like. But all the guides I were seeing was just like, go do 200% daily with these high blood juicing setups and you're going to make 100 div per hour. But it's like, no, you're not. Because you're not opening that many womb gifts. So unless you're taking into account the 3 hours you farmed before that where you were doing travel maps collecting womb gifts where you weren't making 100 divs per hour. No, if you're making 100 div per hour, if you're buying womb gifts, maybe that's happening, but... No, I don't. You're not self-sustaining your womb gifts and making 100 diff per hour. Well, if you're only doing currency womb gifts like me, maybe if you're doing like crafting rings, they are very cheap. No, I have no clue at this point in the league. I have never tried buying womb gifts. And I have no idea what they would need to trade at to be valuable. I also don't know what item level you need for the currency one. Does the item level, they're not 1 EX each, no. Maybe a week ago. What's the minimum item level you need for lavish wound gifts to get the good catalyst? Does anyone know? I'll check trade. If you're going for the good catalyst, what is the minimum item level lavish is needed to drop the good catalyst? Well, the ring tree is, like, you're not making 100 diff per hour on the ring tree. The ring tree is Gamba for sure. The ring tree is Gamba. But it's the lavish ones that are, let's see here. Lavish, womb gift, let's do item level. I don't know, like, what the minimum item level you need for the good catalyst is. That's what decides the price. So level 80 womb gifts are at minimum 100 EX each. I don't know if level 81s or 82s have higher rates for, what's 79? So about 100x per, which is how many chaos right now? It's like 2C per, so it's definitely not 1x. But that doesn't mean 2C per isn't profitable. I just don't know. But either way, the point was you're not self-sustaining. Trading for those at 1x or, you know, 2C, that's not self-sustaining. Archon, no! I fucked up the opener. I didn't get Archon procced. Ulnatolls. Ulnatolls. Is Ornate for Catalyst? No, it's Lavish. Now then you have to take the node that makes currency, womb gifts, spawn, catalyst. What was Ornate again? Bells? I have no idea. I don't remember any of their names except for Lavish. Can you explain why Chasm Elemental said missing socket skill? You gotta put a skill in it. it casts whatever skill you put in it. If you don't have a skill in it, it's not going to cast anything. So put a skill in it. Yep. All the cast-ons worked that day. Cast-on crit, elemental ailment, you know. They all cast on minion death. They just cast whatever skill you put in it whenever the energy threshold is met. We're not getting the Ulna tolls. What gives? These boss kills are a scam. I'm really hyped for the private league reset. I love this build. This was so fun. Oh, another diamond! Let's go. Well, we're obviously going to identify it, and we're going to get something huge. I am predicting +3 spark. +3 spark.
Go.
I don't really care about group play or showing off, like, you know, that stuff. It's cool that you got a cool banner bot, but, you know.
Do not hesitate. Do what you must.
I don't have much interest in, you know, playing with banner or support characters like that. I bet your build's fucking cool as fuck, but, you know. I'm not, you know. I'll go from one-shotting a boss to, like, you know, one-shotting it a little bit faster, and it's like, you know. I'm not gonna use that footage in my build guide, you know. So it doesn't help for the video. Yeah, I mean, I've always wanted to do group play for sure. Like, it sounds fun to me. Like, constructing a build around a party, but, you know. I'm a solo Andy. But also, like, my enjoyment of making builds is, like, making a build out of, like, you know... To me, it would take away from it if it, like, you know, the build I made was being lifted up by, you know, other builds supporting it, right? But I've always wanted to make a, like, a group build where, like, you know, 2 to 3 people are, like, constructing something to make something cool, but, like, it would not, like, to me, it's not fun if it's just like, hey, here's my really good solo build. Let me put this banner bot with it. Like, you know, if we had been leveling together from, like, level 1, and it's like, I'm gonna do these specific attack speed auras for your minions, so your minions, and, like, I'm focusing on getting as many like, that's the shit that's cool to me about group play, you know? Is if, like, we were doing something like that. If you want to link your ninja, I'll take a look at your ninja. I've never looked at a banner bot before, but, yeah, I don't really care about having one for my boss clips. I actually got a really late start. We might die here. We're getting fart bombed. I can't see. I didn't do my ramp properly, so we hit a phase. I can't tell what Arbiter's doing! I can't see! I do banner and auto curse, so our simulacrums are intense. That's awesome. Yeah, that stuff's cool to me. Another diamond. We've gotten 3 diamonds today. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's the stuff I would want to do. It's just like, I would need like a duo or a trio of friends to like level that with and stuff. And like, well, like, that is cool that you're just doing this, like, you know, banner aura stuff. Like, to me, like, I would want it to be, like, a little bit more, hyper-focused than that, where it's, like, +3 Thrashing Vines. I mean, that's at least 13 Divine. It's not an awful one.
Seems like a good
Yeah, you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. We run 3s. That sounds fun. Like, if I had a trio of friends that I was just, like, running that shit with, that does sound fun, for sure.
I'll post it right away.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to have, like, the perfect concept where it would be, like, these two... Like, both builds are absolutely dog shit on their own, but when they're combined, it creates something that doesn't exist otherwise in any other archetype. Like, that's the kind of shit that, like, I'm like, let's fucking do that. Let's look for something like that to do as a duo build, where it's just like, you know, you're only able to hit this attack speed threshold because you're stacking so much attack speed on one skill, and then the other person is helping boost it even more with attack speed auras, and that pushes you past this threshold where you're hitting 1 billion attacks per second. Like, those are the things that I think about with group play build making, where it's like, yeah, that's what I would want to do, is like just some fucking like Frankenstein build of a build. Where it's like, if you remove this build, Frankenstein's missing his arms and legs, and he's not functioning, but when you put it back, you know... That's the shit. That's the shit I look for. I mean, I don't actually look for it. I haven't actually done any, like, you know, plans or thoughts around duo builds before, but that would be what... Obviously, if I ever had, like, if I'm just bored as fuck, and it, like... I could be like, if I'm hanging out with Rabbit one morning and he's like, do you want to go run Acts 1 through 4 together? Like, sure. I'd probably be down for, like, goofy-ass shit. But there's no way, like, my main game mode is, like, I only play with others. I am absolutely just kind of like a solo build maker, but I could see me, like, you know, doing, you know, duo or trio build make challenges and shit. Yeah, I mean, that's the main thing. That's my problem with the group play, is, like, what ends up group playing being is you have one person who's, like, your character. He is the aura banner resistance bot. You have one person who's the rarity bot, who is just... Their only goal is just getting as much rarity as possible. And then you have one person who's doing a real build that... To most people, that's the person having all the fun. I know you specifically probably have fun doing your setup, like... For sure, but most people would look at one of those builds as the main character and the others as the supporting character, even though you're all three working towards the same goal of making as much divines per hour and sharing it, right? But that composition is what it bores me about group play. It is, there's one person who's the main protagonist, or the anime superstar, and then there's the, you know, the army of, like, you know, supporting cast. I know there's other things you can do, like there's like text that, like, where you're not, like, you have multiple people, like you have the culling strike people, and you have like other debuffers and stuff that help, but you get what I'm saying. Right now, group play is very much just the group is organized to maximize, you know, just efficiency and rarity versus, like, you know, an orchestra, a symphony of builds making something stupid as fuck happen. That's my wants for a group play thing. Sounds like a lot of planning, and POBing doesn't seem like something you can do on the fly, but what do I know? I mean, it's not. It's not. That's why I don't do something like that. If it was something easy to do, I would have easily been like, Blade, Rabbit, Miso, like, one of y'all come and join me on this build make journey, because here's what fun we're gonna do. It's going to be very specifically, like, it would have to be something that's like, someone was interaction testing something, and they told somebody else what they were interaction testing, and, like, Blade was like, here, I was doing this thing, look at that, and I'm like, oh, wow, I was doing this thing with minions, where I was affecting their attack speed. I wonder what would happen if you had an aura bot. Like, it would have to be, like, two concepts merging together, that were, like, found via interaction testing. It's not gonna be something, like... Even if I sat there in POB for hours, I probably wouldn't find something I would want to do with that. It would have to be... It would have to come to you from God. You know? It's not something that's happening, you know? It's gonna be something that comes to you, not you look for it. Money over fun? Yeah. That's what it seems like for the most group players. They are playing it for the money. Obviously, if you're in voice with your bros and you're, like, watching YouTube videos on the side or something, I'm sure you're still having plenty of fun. But the people who do that group play setup are doing it for the divines. They're doing it for the divines. They want them glorious tinks. But they also do it because it's fun. Like, The reason why I was a big MMO degenerate and played Classic WoW so much and just World of Warcraft for as long as I did, is because of group dungeons. To me, the most fun about WoW was always just doing random dungeons with the bros. And just like hanging out in an hour-long raid or two. The content's always dog shit and boring, but you're hanging out with friends, so that's what matters. So like, I'm sure group play is always fun just because you're hanging out with homies. Yeah, the coal rarity bots are just, you know, OP. Got a headhunter and a +3 to all elemental tackles jewel last night. Made 600 last night. Yeah, I mean, the thing about group play though is I'm sure like, while you made 600 divine last night, I mean, maybe I'm wrong here, but I'm guessing you're not just like Alkin going, right? You're doing like juice content farms. You're buying good tablets. You know, you're putting in efforts into your farm. You're crafting good waystones. So like the thing about group play is it requires prep, from my understanding. It's not just something that you get 3 people together, you go into maps, and you're printing, you know, divines per hour. It requires, you know, a lot of prep work to be making good currency. Oh, so you don't split equally? You're just like, oh, I want this piece, and we got 200 divine this map, so we're just gonna buy it for you. That's like, that's communism 101. That's how the world should run, right? It's just like, yeah, someone needs this, we got the money, we'll buy it for them. That's the ideal world, right? Where you just have 3 friends who are not greedy fucks, and they only care about, like, optimizing the group as much as possible. But you know that's just not the case in a lot of situations where it's just like, where's my divs? I haven't gotten an item in the last 10 hours, you know? But yeah, that would be how I would want it to be, where it's like, you know, you just have 3 people who, their goal is making the engine as good as possible, and they don't care about, like, obviously they need themselves to get, you know, loot and get fun. Like, it's not fun if you don't get loot, period. That's just period, but, you know. I feel lucky I found these guys. That's a good observation. I mean, just from, like, all my times, like, I used to be a raid leader. I've been, like, playing WoW for so long where, like, you have 20 to 25 people. In Classic WoW, 40 people that all want loot. They all want loot. And I don't care who the fuck you are in any game. You're playing for the items. You're playing for loot. Like, we're all playing every game for loot. That is what, like, that's what our ultimate driving factor is. I need any form of loot that makes my character better, whether it's through currency, whether it's through gold, whatever. All of these kind of suck. I think we're fucked to take the 50% fewer merchant choices. So, like, you know, people should want loot, you know. I get the instinct. But, loot drama is a term for a reason. It is very real. People want them tinks. That's why it's important to have, you know, a trio of people, a group of friends that, like, you know, they're not need rolling on every item in the dungeon, despite knowing their friend hasn't won something in 7 runs, you know. They're not full bis, like some people like try and get full bis before other people have a few items. Like, that always happens in raid groups where it's just like, you can't have the loose rules because someone's not going to be, like, someone's just going to, like, but I won the roll, it's mine! And they're, like, full bis while someone's got 1 set piece, you know? That always happened, and I get it, you know, you want to get your character geared. But it's cool that you don't, like, operate that way. Because I know most are, like, anytime I've done, like, group stuff in PoE 2, it's always been an equal split. And it's almost been like, you know, democratically done that way. Or it's like, if we don't, like, you're getting the equal split, I'm, like, breaking it down with all of the fucking numbers, and I'm making sure it's as telegraphed as possible. And by the way, you got one chaos or more, it was the best way I could split it up. Like, that's how most people seem to take it. Which is not how I'd want to do it. I would want to just, this guy. I would want it to just be, you know... If I was doing a group project, it is quite possible that one of the builds is online with like 100 divine, and the other one requires 2,000 divine, right? So if we're doing an equal split, that doesn't help us progress faster. Which is very relatable to, which is very relatable to WoW in the sense that, like, in WoW sometimes you have, like, your main tank. Or your healers, that you need to, like, prioritize certain gear or set pieces, and some people throw fits over that shit. But they don't realize you're making the team better. You're making the team better. Exactly. Well, if you gotta know when you need, like sometimes, like, when I'm playing a how do you get Comet support gem? It's not a support gem, it's a skill gem. It's a normal skill. But yeah, like, sometimes it's like a DPS warrior in raids, like, while this item will increase my DPS and my tank's threat sucks, I can't maximize my damage anyway, so I want him to perform better so I can perform better. It's like, sometimes you have to think outside yourself when it comes to loot when those group settings. Which is hard for a lot of people, which is why they stick to solo.
Rest a while. Go with strength.
Oh, I love this build. This is probably top 3 favorite builds of mine that I've played in PoE 2. Like, I love this. This is so much fun. And it had, like, stages to it. I was talking about this earlier with Folk, but this was, like, a build that, like, it has phases to it that are very fun and, like, you're always working towards something new. Like, even right now, with how good this build is, I am not close to min-max. Like, my energy shield pieces aren't that good. My minion skills amulet is only +4. My scepter's only +4. Like, this is so far from min-max. How much? 1500 diff plus? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I need to do a full pricing of what I've spent on this gear. Across all the divines that have been spent, including, like, interaction testing and, like, the leveling stuff, over 5,000 divines. But what's being equipped right now, probably around 4,000. It's about 2,500 divines in jewels. And another, like, 1,000 to 1,500 in gear. No Beige Blood, that's rare. Because specifically with this build, Archon buff effect and minion, like, I'm AoE maxing, so minion area on a belt, like, if I'm AoE maxing and you can only get minion area on belts in terms of itemization, obviously you want the belt. But specifically with Archon buff, the Archon buff is, like, super important for this build, and any increased effect of it is just, like, very important, so... Yeah, I would like a Mage Blood for the Quicksilver. For this build specifically, the minion belt is just a massive quality of life. Following the Blue Bulb guide, I had a question about the Abyssal Sickness. Is there any way to influence the drops outside of the pattern stated on the guide? Over 50 kills and only be able to get crit chance and spirit res efficiently? Yeah. Unfortunately, Grip of Kulamek farming is complete bullshit. It is pure RNG. Getting a perfect Grip of Kulamek is so unlikely, and getting, like, the really good ones is just super hard. There's a reason why that build happened 6 weeks into the league instead of, like, week 1, is because, like, the Kulameks that you want for the build probably aren't even on the market, and now that, like, the build's been posted, like, anyone that wants to play the build is looking for that very specific type of Grip of Kulamek, and it gets bought out very quickly, because, like, it's in such a limited supply that even if there's only 10 people buying for it, you know, it's such a limited supply that it's like, you know, they're gonna get bought out. So, like, going for perfect grips, especially for, like, a build like that, is just very difficult to do. Grip of Kulameks, you should often look at them like megalomaniacs. You're never going to get one that's perfect for the build. You just got to get one that's close enough. And unfortunately, with some builds, like, the Grip of Kulamek was fairly important for that build. It's just like, you could probably get by without the extra power charge. If you were to, like, shave off anything, you're going to do less damage with 2 less power charges. But, like, even shaving that off sucks. The spirit stuff is so important, though, so it's like, it's just such a hard grip to get. Yeah, 2 out of 4 is hopefully good enough for you. But yeah, that's just, yeah. That's just Grip of Kulamek builds, unfortunately. When, like, the grip is, like, you know, a major centerpiece to the build. Yeah, I think I'm going to play this in the hardcore private league. I really want to try and, like, optimize. Like, you know how I've gotten supporting fire from meme to dream? I want to get this set up from meme to dream. I want this to be like a, like, I want to have, like, the leveling and the solo self-found aspect of it feeling good. Because in reality, this build, like, the reason why I think this build can work in solo self-found and hardcore is it is using almost the exact itemization that supporting fire uses. Except in a lot of the ways, it's easier and better to itemize around because you're playing a Djinn in the minion starting area and not a tactician in the mercenary starting area. So oh, folk. The sophistication of PoE 2 bots is on a sad level. It is on a sad level. What's crazy, too, is I don't know if I can say I take credit for this, but there was a point on the podcast where I said that it was on the Farmer episode. I said on the Farmer episode, I had been making good divines in Abyss by doing the strategy that you don't do any of the ring farm. You just do the Abyss currency farm. You kill them once and then you leave. You return the ring and you get the fuck out after 1 boss kill. I talked about that on the Farmer podcast, and like 2 days after that, there were 2 YouTube shorts talking about it, and then the market for the Grips of Kolomix, the Invitations of Kolomix went up, and the price of the, whatever they're called, the items you get from them, the ancient drops, went down. Could be coincidence. Probably is. But that farm died 2 days after I talked about it on the podcast, and I was pissed about it. Like, it just became unprofitable across the board. Like, ancients sell almost the same. Like, and for a few days there, like, the price between the grip of the Invitation of Kolomec and the ancient currency was, like, no difference. Now they're starting to spread that out a bit, but, like, with it, like, it's a very fast farm. Yes, and it was very lucrative. I was making really good divine per hours for it. I was salty when it got obliterated. But I have seen clips since then. Sorry, that was a long-winded way to get to that. But I've seen clips since then of a bot that does the Grip of Kolomec farm. And it farms like 50 plus invitations of Kolomec an hour. So, to Blade's point, yes. Bots ruined that farm. Absolutely. It's kind of boring. No, it's very boring. I could only do it for like an hour at a time, tops. But I would do it like every few days and make like an easy few hundred divine. But now it's not worth doing it. Well, I need to look at the current prices, but after, once it started getting giga farmed, it was no longer worth. Like right now, if you do the 4 boss kill, where you're actually farming the ring, it's like not good divine per hour at all anymore. Where before you were kind of making like 30-ish divine per hour. It's just like really bad. And the problem with the Grips of Kolomex themselves is like 99% of them are just complete dog shit. They're just complete fucking dog shit. You're not making money off of most of the Grips of Kolomec you sell, you get. And if you're a new player, and what's difficult is there are so many combinations of Grips of Kolomec, it's like sometimes you just like people don't even know which ones are the good ones, and they have good ones sitting in their stash. Because a lot of people think only the ones with gain damage on them are good, but there are a lot of really good combos of grips. Oh yeah, that trade bug with the un-ID'd Prisms of Belief, yeah. I can't believe that happened, dude. Yeah, I mean, that's unreal. Because, like, the people that were on that made, like, unfair amounts of currency. Like, duplicating mirrors level of currency. But what's worse about it is, duplicating is really bad for the economy. It's really bad for the economy. It increases inflation, while the people who are creating that inflation profit off it, and no one else gets to profit off it. But the problem with this is, it did not create inflation. It made things worse. It removed all of the good prisms of belief from the market that were unidentified. People went in and sniped all of the good +3 ones and left up all the bad ones. So it left the economy in an even more damaged state. It's like it was almost worse than duplicating. It made things more expensive. So the people who exploited it made even more money than normal. It was a bad bug. And that's only talking about Prisms of Belief, right? It impacted all unidentified items, correct? So people were buying Against the Darknesses. They were buying Atziri's chest, right? It was all of them, correct? It wasn't just Prisms. So, like, there are some people who probably made unfair amounts of currencies from it. The people, and it was popularized for a few hours. But who knows how long before that someone was like, who the first person was that was onto it, and how long they were onto it before anyone else was, right? Like, what if somebody found out about it and then, like, they had, like, 30 minutes of time where they were fucking with it, right? A few minutes later, I was on Fubgun's stream. Yeah, that's who I learned it from. I think Fubgun made a video about it, and then it was hotfixed within a couple hours, right? Hey, what's up, Archer? What's up, Archery? How you doing? Good morning. About lunchtime for me. I'm probably gonna heat something up soon. He just showed it on stream? I could have sworn I think he made a YouTube short about it, but maybe I just got linked a clip of his stream. I saw Fubgun talking about it someplace, and I wasn't watching it live when it happened. I just saw, like, a video or clip or short something. Maybe I saw it on Exile again or something. I'm not sure. But I just remember seeing Fubgun talk about it, and, like, when I saw it, it had just been hotfixed. Oh, it was a short. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I knew I saw, like, a video clip. Yeah, it was a short. Yeah. I knew there was something we saw. And yeah, that was just... That's a crazy thing to have happen to the league's economy. Oh yeah, I don't doubt it, dude. I don't doubt within minutes everything was gone. Yeah. I mean, once Fub puts it on his stream, you have an army of, like, people who know how to search the market and know how to, like, find every single unidentified item. So, like, the moment it's on Fub's stream, it's got, like, 30 minutes tops before anything of value's left. Like, Fub's pool and, like, his... It's not just the amount of people he watches, it's the caliber of player that watches him. Like, those viewers are gonna find everything within seconds. Well, yeah, that's why I see, like, the only people that, like, made money from it were the first people that found out about it before Fub got his eyes on it. There's, like, a handful of, like, maybe 10 people out there who made, like, 50 mirrors in a very short period of time, and then nobody else made anything else, you know? But those 10 people, they are... Whoever they are. Probably a bot farm. Yeah, that's a crazy fuck up. How pissed would you be if you woke up after knowing that bug was a thing to one of your unidentified prisms selling for 2 divines? You're just gonna be thinking the entire time, fuck, was that one of them?
Let's plan. You will succeed.
Alright, let me turn off the webcam for this clip. I didn't get a good Zarok kill earlier.
Our sacred duty.
You will suffer the same fate as the great Varashta.
Oh yeah, if you had 10 lizards only 2 sold, that's true. You would just know to leave those 8 there and, like, you know, pray some, like, you know, sell them up later. Alright, guys. Please! I have done so many of these runs. I've done so many of these runs. Give me 1 Spirit ATD, please. I'm about to take a big break from this league. I haven't hit 1 Spirit ATD. Please. Please! Do I have enough for a 3-to-1? I do. Alright, we're gonna 3-to-1 a spirit one. You guys will see. What's up, Pro Tag? Oh, dumbass. Probably wouldn't have sold anything anyway. Alright, let's go 3-to-1 this. 3 shank isn't awful. I mean, if it doesn't have spirit on it, it sells for the same price at this point in the league. They have no value unless they have spirit on them. I think gain damage might sell for like 2 divines more, but at this point there's so many Against the Darknesses in the market, people only want spirit ones. You can get any like combination for cheap. Except if it's double gain damage, it'll sell well. And if it's got spirit on it, any variation of spirit, it could sell well. If it has spirit gain damage on it, it sells for 1,000 divine. Can you show your talent tree? If you hit exclamation point ninja, you can see my entire character. Rip. Like, if I were to search, let's see. Against the Darkness. Gain damage notable. Strength notable. Even, like, gain damage strength is only 14 divine, right? So, like, even, like, on paper, right, this one's like, oh, this is one of the best Against the Darkness modifiers you can get, right? It's a stat increase plus a gain damage increase, right? Like, this is clearly one of the better ones. Even this one's only at 14 divine. It's uncorrupted. Probably sells for, like, 16 divine corrupted. Uncorrupted. Corrupted, but you get the point. Like, it needs anything with spirit on it. Sells just baseline for 80 divine. So if it has anything with spirit, doesn't matter what it is. Max res, freeze duration, it's selling for 90 divine. The jackpots are, I don't, like, obviously, like, oh, nope, even spirit, like, stat increase isn't that good. The jackpots are spirit gain damage, which are about 1,000 divine, uncorrupted. These are the jackpot ones. How do you get your spirit helm efficiency, restoration efficiency on helm and body armor? On helmet, it's a socketable. On body armor, you have to craft it. Okay, guys, I need food. I'm going to keep streaming for a while. I've got plenty more boss kills to do. We're going to do some more mapping. I want to play for a couple more hours. Because this is the last time I'm going to play the build. At least in this setup. I am starving, though. So I'm going to go either make myself a sandwich or something. I'm going to be right back, like, a few minutes. So let me get my text up on screen. We will keep playing this build, though. I'm having a lot of fun with this build. I don't know. I don't want to put it down. I need to go finish the video, though. So we're probably going to play it for a couple more hours, and then I'm going to edit the video and probably push it live tonight. The only way it doesn't go live tonight is if I make a mobalytics for it, and mobalytics are just so much fucking work to make, and it's so late in the league that, like, it's just, I'm burnt out on making mobalytics guides right now. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to go get food. Alright, I am back. Food is cooking. I have time for a map. Oh, I haven't gotten any clips of these idiots. Yeah, I think part of me wants to, like, I've got that itch with this build. It's the same itch I had with Bulletstorm Witch Hunter, and it's the same itch I had with supporting fire. Just like some of the builds, like they're meta adjacent. When you do weird builds, most of the time they're dog shit or like not meta adjacent. But every once in a while, you run into ones that's like, oh, okay, this is, like, functionally good, but also has that stupidity that you love. And this is one of them. And, I have an itch to just push it a little, like, to try and, like, I guess optimize the leveling experience. Like, we played it 2 months into a league with a 5,000 plus divine budget, you know? This could functionally be completely dog shit in a league start, and a fresh economy, a budget scenario. And I want to kind of find that out, I guess. And the way I did that with supporting fire was in hardcore. And solo Self-Found. So yeah, I think unless something else, like, catches my eye or something, maybe Rabbit pisses me off and I want to try and beat up the level 95 or something, but rock. What's your favorite go-to food when you're gaming? I don't know, maybe trail mix or beef jerky. I eat a lot while I play games. I mean, I, like, basically live at my computer, and I snack a lot, too. So, like, there's a lot of things I eat and snack on, but, like, when gaming, like, you gotta take into account your fingers, right? You can't eat anything that's messy. Or you're constantly gonna have to be, like, wiping your hands and shit between, like, when you eat. And beef jerky and trail mix are very, non-intrusive when it comes to messiness. But also, they're both just very good snacks, you know? Who doesn't love beef jerky and, who doesn't love, we get 200% deli? No. Hey, Mr. Machi, thank you for the raid, brother. Let me give you a shout out. How you doing, man? How was your stream? Good. I am AOE maxing a... This is my favorite build I've... Like, it's top 3 builds I've ever played, and it's my favorite build of the league. I am having an absolute blast with this character. I'm thinking about trying to do a variation of it on the hardcore private league. That's this Friday, but I am just having an absolute blast with this build. It is the most fun I've had this league, and it's like in contention for my favorite build that I've played. I'm having just, it has been such a good, it's been such a good time. So it's just, it's weird to be like, you know, 8 weeks into the league and I'm just still just, you know, enjoying myself this much. Like, I'm super excited to do the hardcore private league this Friday and play that for a few weeks, and then it's like sometime in August we might be getting the reset league is what people are speculating. So it's like, we're almost at the point where I can play this freaking game too much, you know? I'll have time for other things, but yeah, I'm having a blast, man. This build's so much fun. Are you going to be checking out the hardcore private league, Machi? For sure, nice. Yeah, I'm excited about it, dude. I love the hardcore private league, dude. It's just so fun. Like, to me, what makes them very fun is, like, the community aspect of it. Like, it's super fun when all the streamers are waking up every day and, like, reacting to everyone's, like, death clips. Like, I'm not gonna be salty when I die, you know? It's gonna be like, go again, but, like, because I always, like, I like when I watch people's death. It's not like a, making fun of them type thing. It's like, ah, shucks, you, like, it got you too, you know? And now you get to go again as well. Like, I don't know. To me, like, when it's, like, the private league and you have all the new people who don't normally main hardcore joining in, it just makes it very fun. And, you know, I'm not a hardcore main, but I'm sure I'm gonna die a lot. And, yeah, seeing all the homies rip is the best. Yeah, exactly, you know? It's super fun. So I'm very hyped. This is insane. Oh, yeah. We are AOE maxing. So what we're doing is we are using Disciple of Varashta with the new Time Lost craft modifier. You can upgrade Time Lost to Very Large Radius with a new crafting modifier. And when you combine that with Disciple of Varashta's Baryonic Ley Lines, it makes Very Large Time Lost just comically big. Like, this is just, like, it looks like this is a bug. Like, this doesn't make sense. And with the increased effect of notables, like, you can't get much minion area in this game. There's very few sources of minion area of effect. But on a time loss, you can get 6% increased, which, with the 25% increased notable effect, makes it 7%. Which makes it to where, if you stack notables, you can actually scale the area of effect of minions absurdly high. So, Disciple of Varashta, 2 time loss with Giga AoE scaling, and we've got a fuckload of notables that are just scaling the area of effect, and yeah, it's super fun. The Stormwalker, this one right here, no, it doesn't. It looks like it does, but it doesn't. I've tried clicking that, like, just 1,000 times just to confirm it can't. Because I think even on POB says you can, but you can't in-game. I'll show you guys Arbiter after this kill. You guys can see a fun boss kill. But yeah. If you like seeing the floor, don't play this build. Like I said, if you want to see the ground, this is not the build that you do that in. There's something beneath you. You're not seeing it. How are you making the ignited ground? I'm not. There's no ignited ground being made. I think it's just like a visual effect. Like it just goes away. It's just part of the tornadoes effect. Yeah, let's do an Arbiter kill.
The ground moves. Do not hesitate. Do what you must.
Mortal hands have contaminated her virtue once more by the fourth edict of the Mother Soul.
Alright, my food's finished. I'm gonna eat after this boss kill. Alright. Let's blast this dude in his acid. He thinks he's the Arbiter of Ash, but no, sir.
You are too late. The fourth edict already burns for your
I am the Arbiter of Ash now. I am the Arbiter of Ash now.
This is the legacy of humanity. The Mother Soul.
Who does he think he is? The Arbiter of Ass? Another diamond. We've gotten so many diamonds. Alright, boys, here we go. This is the +3 arc. This one right here. 3, 2, 1, boom! +2 mana Tempest, what?
Go.
What? Hall of Shame. Hall of Shame. Yeah, that one sucked. Oh, I didn't mean to grab all those. I meant to grab one. Here, I want to do a gest real quick. What do you do when you run out simulacrums to farm voices? I don't farm voices, so it doesn't bother me when I run out. I don't know. I think people buy, if you run out of voices, they buy the simulacrum things. So if you're asking what you should do, I think most people just buy like they either do splinter farming to where they don't have to buy these things, or they just buy these things. But I don't farm voices, so like I've done like I think the simulacrum's boring. I don't know. I get really bored of it. I can only do like a 2 or 3 a day tops, and then I'm like, this sucks. Oh wait, I was supposed to do. Why am I coming up here? I got turned around. I was supposed to do this. Should I just get up and farm currency to buy one? I mean, self-farming one is, like, absurd. So, isn't a +2 one only a few hundred divines? Like, there's no way it's efficient to self-farm your own voices. Like, it's almost certain better to buy one. I can't imagine anyone has, like, sure, if you got really lucky, but 300, like, I think what took Miso and Rabbit 300 plus runs of +2 7/7 divs, still 300 simulacrum runs to get that, and I don't even know if they might have been lucky. Like, in that time, I could farm 1,000 divine times 10 probably, like, doing other shit, and I'm having fun doing that other shit, right? Like, yeah, fuck that. No, I'm not doing that shit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't have it in me. Yeah, it ain't worth it in my opinion. I don't know why they did that to themselves. Yeah, exactly what Zygoat said. Instead of farming for voices, just run other content, you're having fun, and just buy your voices. Now, obviously, there's, like, the fairy tale story of, but I did it in 50 runs, and my voices was +4, and I sold it for multiple mirrors. I'm like, yeah. Okay. Okay. 300 runs of ulti would be 2,100 divines and just fades? Yes. And you're probably doing... I mean, ultimatum's boring too, but... You're going to be averaging 3 to 4 ultimatums per hour. That, like, you're probably not averaging 3 to 4 simulacrums per hour because you're constantly having to, like, add new delirium areas and stuff. Like, at some point, you're not going to be able to just force, like, infinite simulacrum mirrors. You're going to have to do mats. Whereas ultimatum, you know, yeah. You got your voices the first sim run after the quest. Was yours +2? I have yet to meet anybody that has not gotten something +2. Everyone that I've known that's gotten a voices in, like, chatters or friends, it's always rolled +2. Yeah, reveal those +2, rip. Yeah, most people either sell unidentified or reveal and hit the 2. It is almost always, like, from my experience, I'm sure there's a few situations where people can be like, mathematically, no, this one's not, but it is almost always, when it's like these unidentified things, prisons of beliefs, Atziri's body armor, whatever it is almost always more profitable for yourself if you're mass farming it to sell them unidentified. You're just, like, always gonna just make good currency that way. Yes, if you ID 100 Prisms of Belief and you hit the +3 one that's good, you end up making money, but they sell for 40 Divine unidentified. If I would have sold the 20 I've gotten this, you know, that's a lot of currency. But instead I ID'd all of them, and they all sold for nothing. They are very rated, yeah. I mean, that makes sense, to be honest. I couldn't tell attack was coming. Yeah, I'm really hoping in patch 055 we get updates to Ultimatum and Sanctum. I think I've gotten all the clips I need for the video. So I should be good to just, you know... I'm good. I don't think there's anything else I need clips of. I did every boss.
Oh, it's you.
Is there something I specifically want to do? Should you just go Titan? No, fuck that. Go martial artists. Titans for pussies. What are your thoughts on the Captain America shield? I mean, it looks cool. I've seen like a few people make builds around it. It seems decent. But I've never played it myself. But you had an idea to play martial artist shield throw. Stop asking questions. Go play martial artist shield throw. You will find a way to make it good. The tools are there for you to make it good. If you're gonna get concerned with min-maxing, then, like, never ask a question what ascendancy you should play. Just go play Titan every time for attack builds, right? Hey, what's up, Skadooch? How you doing, bro? If it can work, I mean, anything in this game works, my man. Oops. With enough currency and know-how. I don't think that's a weird combo at all. Martial Artist is the most meta skill ascendancy in the game right now, especially for attack skills, and you're using an attack skill. Like, that's not a weird combo at all. You're like, what you're describing to me is a meta combo. You're playing Martial Artist. There's like, you're playing the most meta ascendancy right now, you know? Like, that's not a weird combo. You're doing something that makes sense to me. Like, to me, you're playing a meta build. In my weird head. Like, doing anything martial artist with an attack skill, like, it'll work. You're playing martial arts with an attack skill. Blade, shut up. No spoils. I'm doing a zero button Caltrops build in hardcore right now. It's going surprisingly well. Hell yeah. Caltrops is really good. It is really good. Are you going to be playing in the Timmy Private League, the Hardcore League Friday, Skadooch? Yeah, no problem. Yeah, do martial artist shield throw, dude. It'll work. And if you're actually that concerned with it, there are plenty of shield throw builds I've seen out there of Titan and other stuff. Just go copy one of theirs and just do it on a martial artist, you know? It's weird. I'm seeing like so many mixed reactions from the PoE 1 League. Like, some people like you are enjoying the hell out of it. I've heard that the boat stuff is really fun, but then I've seen so many, like, some people like are not like. I mean, I guess that's with every PoE 1 League, I guess, or every PoE League. Some people love it, some people hate it. But Kongor's back to playing frickin' PoE 2. I think Miso's almost done playing PoE 1 as well. I think he's coming back this Friday for the private league. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I mean, that's really what it is. I've heard that the boat stuff is really fun in the PoE 1 league. It's super cool. I haven't looked into it at all. I might go play the league in like a month whenever I'm like waiting for the reset league and just like go do challenges, but hope they bring the PoE 2. That's what people like everyone, like, the resounding thing I hear from this league is that the boat stuff is awesome. But yeah, we've been AOE maxing on this build. We've got the trap. We've got the AOE pretty big. I'm excited. I hope it does well on Reddit. I'm gonna post a montage on Reddit later. This is a stupid ass build. It just, like, I always, like, do my funnest, like, I always discover my funnest and, like, craziest looking builds when, like, everyone's quit the league. Like, I always find the super fun stuff when everyone's moved on. Like, Righteous Fire Roa, Adonia's Ego, the Gamba Thorns, this build, all of them happen, like, once everyone's, like, checked out of the league. Makes me sad. Gave up seeing your yeah, I mean... At some point, like, no troll, there was a boss fight earlier there where I was dodging its attacks via audio cues. Like, we're basically a blind speedrunner at this point, where sometimes you're actually, like, having to react to audio cues, and you're, like, you're playing blind. Djinn is an insane league starter, though. This is my first Disciple of Varashta ever. It's always just seemed like a little too meta-y to me. Like, you know how my weird off-meta brain gets. If it's too popular, I don't want to do it. I had never seen this skill. I've been saying this the whole time. I'm prefacing, like, I'm not saying no one's ever used the brand before, but of every Disciple of Varashta build I've seen, I've never seen anyone use this skill before. It's always water or sand djinns. And I've seen one of the other fire skills. But when I saw this, my initial thought was, when I put the traps down, most of them aren't landing where I want them to. And at most, like, maybe one of them's hitting the boss. So, like, I hit level 20, I saw the skill, I was like, oh, this is really fun, but it's going to be inconsistent on bossing. If I AoE max it, every tornado will hit the boss, and that should solve its damage problem, because it's, like, it's 10x, if you have 7 tornadoes down, and all 7 of them are hitting the boss now, that's 7xing your damage by scaling area effect, right? So while it's not just a quality of life increase, it ends up being a pseudo DPS increase as well by making the tornado stack. So, like, that was the initial thought process. I had no idea it would get this big. Like, this was not what I was expecting. I was trying to make it go from to, like, good enough. This is stupid. This is dumb. Like, this is not, like... At no point did I assume this was going to be possible with this skill. It would not have been possible to get this large in previous patches, Skadooch. It's specifically this patch. They added the craft for very large radius on Time Lost. And when you combine that with baryonic ley lines, you get these giga time loss that can get a fuckload of notables for minion area. I'm sure you could have gotten a reasonable area last patch, but because of the addition of the very large radius this patch, you're able to, like, get a stupid amount of area of effect for minions, which was never possible before in previous patches, outside of, like, supporting fire. So, that's why... It's very much like would have only happened this patch, I think. To this level of fucking stupidity. Where it looks like this. And now, like, this is a main ascendancy for me. Like, I know it's, like, already a meta ascendancy, so it's weird for me to pick a meta ascendancy to be my main, but the time loss tech is like off-meta sexy flares to it that, like, oh, okay, I'm going to be abusing extra large or very large time loss on a billion builds going forward to just enable something like this, which has shit AoE, to do good AoE. Like, this is just, I'm so hyped for this build, like this style of, like, time lost Varashta cheese. Yeah, that's the main reason why I don't play hardcore as my main game mode, and it's like a, you know, my vacation Timmy League side mode thing, is because my enjoyment comes from doing this right here, is like making stupid-ass builds like this, and you're not doing that in SSF and hardcore. I very much like playing SSF and hardcore, but this is where my fun comes from, and like you just said, you're not doing this in SSF or hardcore. This has to be done in the standard trade league environment. But yeah, it's fun. But yeah, it's super cool. And obviously, I'm using tabula rasas with a bunch of crafted perfect jewels. So, like, you know, this part is also not hardcore friendly. But I think I brick my character a little bit if I take off the tabula. Oh, I don't. Okay, cool. So, like, just to give you guys reference, without the tabulas, like, you're probably like, wow, this is probably only coming line because you've got a billion divines. Just remove the tabulas. It's adding 6 perfect jewels, and the area is still really good. Like, obviously, this is less intense, but this is still more than good enough, right? This is still more than good enough. So, I don't know. It's really cool. It's really cool. This is what I'm cooking. And to be and folk, one thing I never checked is like we might have hit a hard cap at some point. Where, like, we were hitting those, like, not a hard cap, but, like, diminishing returns hard cap to where it's, like, we didn't need to invest into AoE anymore past, like, certain jewels, but whatever. Hold on, my Google Chrome is spazzing as I tried to load this ninja. I mean, I have no idea what I'm looking at. Oh, it was a Caltrops build. Right. You said it was a Caltrops build. That's cool. Companion stacking, that's neat. I like the Kriya Flight, by the way. The Kriya Flight's really good. I think the Kriya Flight is highly underrated. I really like those boots. They're really, really good. Sorry, I'll put the ninja on stream. Oh, Gemling, yeah. Gemling just gets so tanky. Damn, fucking Headhunter 89. Damn, for playing hardcore, you got fucking good items, though, dude. What the fuck? Dude's got fucking Headhunter and a +3 Prism for Caltrops. A fucking... I mean, that's an alright well. I'm sure Heart of the Wells are easy to get in trade. That's a good body armor, too. Why haven't you gotten your last ascendancy points yet? You could have crit immune. Oh, you got too many greens. You wouldn't have crit immune. What would you have? You'd have movement speed penalty when using skills, and that doesn't really help you. You've got a lot of greens. It would be hard for you to match reds. I think you could actually match reds. I think you could match reds to get crit immunity. I think you can max reds. It might be hard, though. You do have a lot of greens, but I think you can max reds. How many? I wish you guys could see how many reds and green. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to play build doctor. I'm sorry. I just started analyzing your build. Sometimes, yeah. Every time I pull up ninjas on stream, it's usually when people want me to like help them out. I just started like doing build doctor by default. This is cool as fuck. I was expecting way worse gear for some reason. You have really good gear. Hardcore trade, but you know. Anytime people show me hardcore characters, especially like level 89, you got some good ass gear. This is sick. What's your Caltrops DPS like? Like, how long does it take you to kill a boss? Can get like 75 poison stacks. That's so fun. This was one of the items that, like, when they announced that you could upgrade uniques, this was like the first one I thought of. I was like, oh yeah. Splinter of Loroida is going to get a lot of, like, fun use cases this patch with the base upgrade. Unfortunately, it didn't increase the base damage that much, but I'm glad it's getting use. It's probably 2 to 3 million DPS when stacks are high. Damn, so you're playing, like, a weird off-meta build in hardcore effectively well. This is good shit, dude. Do you have a guide on your channel? Or build video on your channel? Not for this yet. This is cool. I'm curious to see how you're doing when it's done. This is a neat setup. Obviously Headhunter's Headhunter, but this is cool. What's this for? What are you explain the cast on dodge and tangle tech to me. What are you doing here? Spore support. I don't know if it tangles the best, but spores. So what is this, just to help with clear? The spores like pop and help for clear? I'm guessing that's all you're doing it for, is just to help with your mapping. Yeah? Does it do much like single target? Like, is it helping your like boss DPS at all? No? Okay. That's still cool though. I don't think I've seen that tech. Cast on dodge, poison spores, and tangle. That's neat. I'm excited to see whatever video you make for it. Because, yeah, this is cool. Yeah, the Takati's Ire is probably really fun. Are you like... Yeah. This is a cool setup. This is a cool setup. And then, of course, the double trail of Caltrops is like... Yeah. That's a stupid good setup. It's just funny, because, like, I look at this... This isn't like, if you show me this character, this looks like, you know, a trade league, you know, off meta build, like a standard league, you know. Damn, you even got, damn, dude, what the fuck? You even got the +2 prod skills on the fucking gloves too, man. Oh, I'm guessing you're playing. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've played the hybrid EV ES styles. Yeah, this is so good. Yeah, this is a cool setup. I like this a lot. This is like the stuff, like, this isn't like super off meta, but it's like off meta, like, this is like the off meta builds that I want to play in hardcore, right? Like, these are the builds that I would be playing if I was a hardcore main. Like, they're off meta, but they're like good off meta, like, you know, like this is like what I would hope my builds would end up looking like if I played hardcore like you do. Because, like the idea of playing hardcore and having to play, like, Shield Wall Titan and stuff, like, that's always what dissuades me from playing hardcore, but... Wait, did I never put this on stream? Oh, I did. I just took it down. Yeah. I ended up still looking on it a little bit more. And then put it back up. No, that was a really cool setup. Yeah, I'm thinking that, like, if I play the hardcore private league this Friday for, more than one character, which I think I will, I might play Hardcore Thorns as a second setup. I just don't want to league start Hardcore Thorns because, like, I don't like playing without the support gems just fucking sucks. So it's possible, like, I league start this build in Hardcore, and then when it dies, I try Thorns. Yeah, no, I mean, Shaman's is best for Thorns, period. And, like, it's a tier ahead of, like, the second best, maybe 2 tiers. It's just I've already done so many Shaman Thorns. I haven't played a Titan Thorns in forever. I haven't played a Titan at all this league. So that's the only reason Titan is the choice, is just, like... just purely out of, like, I just haven't done one in a while. I'm just so over... like, Shaman Thorns is so overpowered, it's not fair. Like, Shaman has trivialized Thorns and made the other ascendancies just, like, not viable. Not viable is not the worst word, but, like, Shaman Thorns is just too good. It's too good. It mogs all the others. God, this build is so freaking intense sometimes. You'd have to use other tornadoes, but, the main skill I'm using is a command skill from a minion from an ascendancy, so you wouldn't be able to slot this, like, fire tornado into, like, cast on anything. It's like it's a minion skill that you have to use from the minion, so there's no way to, like, automate it. Yeah. You could add, like, you know, cast on elemental ailment, like the Druid Tornado, but cast on Elemental Ailment wouldn't be triggering off of the tornadoes because it's the minion. So that wouldn't really work in this build at all, unfortunately. Correct. I am holding left click at all times, basically. Sometimes pressing it, but when you have Puppet Master stacks, you take no movement speed penalty reduction. So you're able to just kind of like glide around holding left click. So I'm just like, as long as I have Archon and Puppet Master stacks, I'm pretty much just holding left click. If I lose Archon, I'll press right click to fish for Archon until it's back up, and then I go back to holding left click. But yeah, like here, I'll try and show you in a second, and then back up. So like, if you watch my character, when I cast the spell, you'll see the Djinn. His name's Ruzan. Ruzan, the Blazing Sword. When I cast the spell, you'll see him spawn, and he'll throw the tornado. So like, watch by my character, and then every time I cast, he is spawning and throwing those. This looks hella fun. It is my favorite build of the league. I'm having an absolute blast on it. And I could see me frequenting this bit as long as jewel crafting doesn't get nerfed. A lot of this is enabled by time lost tech, and it depends on if this time lost tech... I think it will. It'll be like a nerf version of itself, so... This is probably the most fantastical this will ever look for a long time. I'm assuming this will get nerfed to this level, but you will still be able to get Giga AoE scaling. It's just jewels are a little bit too deterministic to craft, but I don't think this is gonna... This style should still exist, and you should still be able to get cartoony levels of AoE with it, with enough jewels and time crafting stuff. But yeah, I don't know, it's my favorite build of the league. Probably top 3 builds I've ever played. I'm just like, I'm having so much fun playing it. And it had a progression to it, you know. It didn't start as this. It started as a very reasonably sized AoE skill. And like over several days, you know, while yes, I did have a budget to play with, you know, we had to buy the bases for the jewels. And those weren't all readily available on the market. So, like, it was, like, started with 0 jewels, and then each day was add maybe 1 or 2 more until we got done. So, like, you don't need the... And I didn't even start using the jewels until we were level 90. Because I didn't know if we were doing crit scaling at not until I got to late game. So, this build could be played... Yeah, this build's fun. I'm going to be playing it in the Hardcore Private League this Friday, I think. I'm going to try and, like, figure out, like... how to play at league start and transition it to AoE scaling after a week or 2 of, like, the league starting. Like, that's how much I'm enjoying this build, where it's like, it'll be a regular build I visit. This is so much freaking fun. You have a super sneaky start I play Friday? Nice. I'm not doing any practice or prep. I'm just going to YOLO something. It's either going to be this build or supporting Fire Tactician. This is maxed AoE? No, it's not maxed AoE. It is not maxed AoE. We could have Adorned and some other stuff that give us technically more AoE. We have no voices, we have no Adorned. Those are like the 2 biggest things that would like increase our AoE scaling as well. No voices, no Adorn. So I could technically have 3 more jewels, and then all of my regular jewels, which only be like 4 or 5 of them in the body, and the, So probably the biggest upgrade would be a voices, but... It's pretty close to AoE maxed. It's pretty close. Want to try a melee build with the Chrono? Do it, dude. I almost league started Chronomancer melee build as like for my actual 0.5 league starter. And I still haven't gotten around to playing a Chronomancer, but melee Chrono is awesome. If I did something YOLO random, it would probably be something like a melee Chronomancer, because Chronomancer is good. How much could the damage be scaled if you drop some AoE? I mean, I'm not giving up damage by scaling AoE, so... You would get, like... And minion area increases our damage. Like, you have to take into account minion area increases our damage. The bigger your area, the more tornadoes overlapping. That's like, if you have 1 tornado on a boss doing 100,000 DPS, or 2 tornadoes on the boss, each doing 90k DPS, one of them's doing a lot more damage, right? So, when you have your AoE scaled high enough, to where every tornado always hits the boss, you know, that multiplies your damage so much, you know. This is the highest DPS setup for sure. Hey, later, Skadooch. Thanks, man. And hey, let me know when you post your build video. I want to see it. Oops. It is so fun. It is... I don't want to put the build down. Like, I need to, like, end the stream and go edit this guide before it's too late in the afternoon. And, like... I'm just having so much fun fucking playing it. I want to play it for like another 2 weeks, you know? It's very rare that I want to play a build when it's done. Usually when my build's done, I'm ready for the next build. But like, I am having an absolute blast playing this. This is, no. This is way easier on the eyes than the Abyssal Lich. I know this one might seem more intense, but like, oop, might die. The Lich was like, it hurt, like, after a while. Like, it was just like doing these bright flashes constantly. This is not like, while it gets the screen bright, it's not flashes. It just makes things bright. Like, it is kind of flashy, but it's like, I don't know. There was something about the Abyssal Lich that was just super harsh on my eyes after a few hours of playing it. Alright, here we go, boys. The voices of the century. This is it, boys. The visual clarity is definitely way, way worse in this build. But it's not as, like, painful to play. Alright, here we go. This is it. This is it. Show me that sapphire. Unfortunate. Crap. All right, boys. It has been an absolutely amazing journey on this build, but I am going to be ending it here. At least for this character. I am probably league starting this build in the Hardcore Private League, and you will see me be revisiting this. I need to go edit the video for this. The video guide will be out tonight. I do not think I am doing a Mobalytics for this guide. Not until I've played through the build on Solo Self-Found or like a more league start friendly stuff, because too much of it was influenced by just having a weird budget and it being too much into this far of a league and stuff, so I don't expect the Mobalytics, but maybe I do one in a few days after the fact if people on the video guide are begging for one. We'll see. But yeah, I need to go edit the video, so I need to record a second segment of this build, folk. I don't know if you're still here, but I need to record a segment, like I need to record the I'm yapping in my hideout section of the video. And I need all of the gear for that, so I'm going to record that really quick off stream, and then I will deliver to you all of the jewels, if you're still here. But yeah, this was an absolute blast of a build, guys. Thanks for everyone who was following along, people that helped with it. Let me read those people's names off in the notepad document where I wrote that down. Almost Last One crafted a jewel and a scepter for the build. Folk crafted a ass load of jewels as well as the belt. TNSS for Life gave us some tips on the Archon tech for the belt as well as the Puppet Master tech, as well as the Time Loss tech that really pushed this build to stupid levels. And then V25 Nguyen donated some divines to help us out with the build. It was like 500 divines, which helped us get a few of the jewels. So shout out to everyone that helped with the build. But yeah, I don't know. Look at this shit, man. Favorite build of the league, you guys. It's possible I stream tomorrow and Thursday. I doubt it. I'm probably going to be taking the next 2 days off. I'm streaming. I will be streaming for the Hardcore Private League, and I will be streaming every day of the Hardcore Private League. As long as I have a character alive that I'm playing, I will not be playing it off stream. So there will be a lot of days streaming ahead where we're trying out hardcore stuff until, for a little bit at least. But yeah, I'm going to end the stream there. I'm going to send you guys over to Rake the Chef. So yeah, you guys have a good stream. Or good stream, shit. You guys have a good time watching Rake. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll be posting this video, a montage of this video on Reddit. If you guys see it, you know, send it your love with some upvotes and some comments. And if you see the video I post later, give it a like and a comment. But yeah, I'm going to send you guys over to Rake. You guys have a good one. If I don't see you guys tomorrow, I will see you guys Thursday for the podcast and then Friday for the Hardcore League. Later, guys.